Okay, all right. We're acclimated. Let's go. I changed the name of the campaign because it was brought to my attention that I named it after Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
And so it's just the Alora campaign now. Or
You don't want to be a Lalafell?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Alora campaign.
Yeah, Lalafell.
Yeah. You don't want to be a potato?
No. No, I do not. I want it to be not relative to other things so that when people search it, they find whatever.
Yeah. I see.
Anyway,
I see.
welcome back to the Alora campaign. Or the Alora Reborn campaign. That's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we made it to chapter 18 titled Casino Darlings. That's fun.
That's a kick-ass fucking title.
Yeah, it is.
That's pretty good.
It's pretty good. Casino Darlings.
No one's stolen that one before.
I don't
No.
think
Their own.
I have some good ones. My favorite one that I ever had was "Do the Dead Call for Rain." That's a good one that I really like.
Yeah,
I'll end up using it in this campaign at some point. My players have leveled up. Yay!
Uncanny dodge.
They kind of did it. We did it off camera. I should have told them to wait, but I wanted them to be ready.
Lalafell. Potato people.
Huh? I want
Potatoes.
Yeah.
What are
that's
potato
what
people?
that is. From Final Fantasy. Well, it's just
I
Final
hate
Fantasy
those
in
faces.
general.
Are they actually made out of fucking potatoes?
No.
No,
they
could
just
you
are
imagine?
potatoes.
No.
They're made
They
out
just
of
call them
russets.
potatoes.
It's fucking...
They all walk
It's Final
like they
Fantasy,
waddle.
man. I
It's
don't
great.
know.
Yep.
So we just need to take a potato body, curve it out, make it look like that, and show you.
Yeah, you'd be like, yeah, that's Final Fantasy for sure.
Yeah. So anyway, the Alora campaign
Yes.
is what we've transitioned to. We're in a world of transitioning. Anyway, so
But I'm
We could talk about that all day.
yeah, we could. So my characters have leveled up to 5. Their characters, my players.
5th.
Last session was pretty interesting. It started a little slow, just chatting on the road, and you guys met some of my favorite characters I've ever made in the Coin Claw brothers, essentially, Rage Tooth Dom and Ludius Golblini, who took you guys to an abandoned wizard's tower that seemed to somehow magically be very much akin and family related to someone within the party already, in Mr. Toby. You found Armaridian's tower. It was a pretty fun session. Like the Goblin brothers are just goofy, but the main takeaway from it is you guys went through repairing Armaridian's teleportation circle, and whenever that happened, you were instantly teleported to Yardoon. The first time these characters, I think, have been there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Jophiel's been there in her past, but physically within the campaign, yeah, that was the first time. Jophiel was not with the rest of you as you guys went and saw Armaridian and found out he's not such a terrible guy. Jophiel, you went before Ithrin.
Yep.
You learned a lot.
Yep.
Ithrin's a master manipulator of sorts. He's been orchestrating a lot of things, and the rest of you found Armaridian and found out that he's also probably more akin to the side of Sable's true intent than anyone, even though there's kind of another mini campaign going on. There's a lot of trying not to metagame certain things.
Yeah.
But it was kind of an epic moment where Ithrin's daughter was kind of like, I smell him there in the city, and she went tearing it up to try to, I think the takeaway there is what was Sereth like more wanting to do? Just like kill everyone or actually get the heart of the Veil? That's something you can take away from that. But she was riding Galewing. That's cool. You saw Galewing, and Armaridian tried to blast his ass. It was a good session. It was really fun. It was a very epic and climactic final moment before you guys were teleported away when Sable kind of booped in and booped Galewing on the nose, and you don't know what happened after that, really.
Yeah.
So that's fun. Is there anything akin to your guys' levels that we really need to talk about before we jump in? Shawn is a homebrew class, Mr. Dawnkeeper. He's got some upgrades to his Echo of Valor. I think you should keep for tonight the advantage thing that we talked about, just for tonight.
Okay.
So keep it just to see how it goes. But his Echo of Valor has been upgraded. He's made some pretty cool grenades that are similar to Mirror Image, right?
Yeah.
So, like, he's got some upgrades. How his stuff works is at every kind of level, he can kind of step away for just seconds in the real world, but he goes over to Caleb's Forge and makes some cool upgrades for his class. One of these days, we'll kind of role play out how that all goes in more depth.
Yeah.
But yeah, level 5, a lot of multi-attack now. Woo! A couple of the players rolled max on their hit dice.
No.
You got an Echo
They
of
did.
Valor, Miss Xyrra.
I did.
So, yeah.
It's a good one
I
too.
have to make more edits because I forgot about what the X does.
But, so in the aftermath of going to Yardoon and Jophiel, you learning everything that you did, because you haven't really talked with anybody yet of the knowledge you've gained. I do believe that Armaridian was speaking on the contraption that he made.
Yes.
Yeah, he did go into that dialogue. I forgot if we got there.
Yeah.
It seems that Ithrin, through Armaridian, was planning to do something quite vile, and it seemed that the heart of the Veil could amplify that to not just the region, but could be worldwide. So Everett getting out of there was good. It was
Yes.
good that he was teleported away. There was one point that I did forget whether or not I said if he went or didn't. It was just you guys that were teleported.
Yes.
Did Toby didn't go with you.
No.
Okay,
Oh,
so
Wait, no, Toby was...
did Toby go?
Toby was
Yeah,
there.
Toby went, but the goblins did not.
Correct.
Yeah.
And Elkarth,
No.
I don't think that I spoke whether or not he really was, but Elkarth did not, at least to my...
No.
Yeah.
he didn't.
Elkarth and Rebecca and Jeremy stayed.
Right, yes.
Toby messing with the runes, teleport with all of us
Right.
except for Jophiel. Jophiel ended up
Jophiel, yeah.
Ithrin,
It does
yeah.
seem that as soon as that teleportation circle was activated, that a trap that had been laid, who knows when, did kind of...
Pull her.
Yeah.
Yep.
But as we begin tonight's session, each of you are now back at the tower.
Was it-
You're now back at the tower after dark. Ragetooth Dom and Ludius are kind of in a state of awe because it does seem that they've at least witnessed what was going on through it as if it was being projected. Toby in a state of, indifference, like he's not really showing a lot of emotion right now with everything that's happened. Jophiel, you seeing what you heard and, saw, and then, everything that you guys just went through. So I will allow you guys to jump to lube up your RP and talk about it as we jump into tonight's session.
So that was something.
Yes.
Yeah. We
Where
dead?
were you?
I was in
The
The-
Radiant Citadel.
the Radiant
In the
Citadel.
throne room.
In the throne room. It's in Yardoon, right?
Yes.
Yardoon. In Yardoon. And I was alone with Ithrin.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, but, like, where was the rest of the people that were supposed to be, in the
In there?
throne room?
There were none. It was just him and I.
Was there, like, a bunch of dead bodies around? Or, like, that's
No.
what you mean by that?
It was clean, dark, and it was just him and his grotesque form.
Did he say anything of interest?
He would like to... He would like to team up with me, essentially, in this quest of power. And if I were to join him, he would stop his countless slaughter on people. But I refused him. He said we had 2 years to come to... 3 years to come to a conclusion on this, or he will continue what he is doing
So
until my
he's-
father comes.
He's following the same timeline as your father.
Yes.
Interesting.
Well, I mean, to be fair, even if he stopped, I don't think it would stop the people at this point. It's already split. The hook lands from the core lands.
I feel like he has some sort of edge he's trying to play on, and he'll just continue his slaughter and try to amass as much power as he can so he can fight my father in the end of it. But then he said that he could essentially parlay in a way and say, oh, well, if you join me, Jophiel, then I'll stop this and we will get along and your father won't have anything to do with this.
What's his plan? Because your father made it pretty clear from what you said that if there's not a sovereign ruler, this world's going to change. So is Ithrin's plan to become that sovereign ruler?
I don't think that he meets the qualifications.
He said not what his plans were. He was very vague on that.
Wonder why.
Probably because he didn't expect any other
Yeah.
option.
He's not a complete idiot.
Do
I
you
don't
have
think.
a way of talking to your father?
There is the Almadan message service I've yet to try. I don't have a direct connection to him, no.
Would well here, even if you were to try to influence him one way or the other, is he the type that would listen?
I am my father's daughter.
Yeah.
He is as strong-willed as I am.
That's what I figured.
So probably
that's pointless.
Excuse me.
I don't know if I would trust the mail carrier service if you were trapped before because of using a teleportation pad. To not think that Ithrin doesn't have some means of possibly catching mail on its way. If he is powerful enough to circumvent a teleportation pad by the oldest wizard living on this on this world, as far as we know, leads me to think that maybe that may not be the way to go.
Xyrra, your pack begins to burn.
My pack does?
Not like catch a fire, but where you would have stored the book previously, it almost feels like it's there and wriggling around in your pack.
I would take the pack
Let
off.
me out of here.
Who?
Hello?
I would open the bag, put it on the ground, open the bag, and be like, what is
Book kinda
happening to me?
falls out.
As she goes to open her bag, I would say, did you take one of Almaridian's other books as well?
No,
Armaridian.
Armaridian, sorry.
no, I didn't.
As the book kind of falls out, it flips over, and you can see kind of leather etched a very interesting visage of Armaridian looking up at you as the face of the book. It seems that my physical form has been destroyed. Hello.
Armaridian.
Oh,
Oh, that's
so you're in the book now.
Yeah, it is my phylactery. So that's cool.
So
Hello, everyone.
I thought
I was
thought you
just
absorbed it.
incinerated. It was a good time.
Oh my goodness.
sounds like a good time.
Really nice to just meet you folks for the first time and get incinerated. Anyway, and the book kind of like flaps up a little bit, and then it grows like two little edging feet at the corners and begins to kind of walk around like a little cat.
Okay.
What of Sable?
Oh, well, he decided that it would be we discussed it, and he kind of like turns around, finds a rock, and like pooches up a little bit with the pages out, kind of flapping toward you. If either of us were ever, our treacherousness be seen, we were to kill the other. So Sable made sure to destroy me to save face, so that his treasonous actions would not be seen by Sereth. He actually pleaded with Galewing and Sereth that, she should probably not destroy the city all in one go. So he seems to be still okay. Me, not so much. You ever been touched by Sable? It hurts quite a bit, actually. I died almost instantaneously, and here I am. But that's okay. Say, is my steel mannequin still in the house?
It is.
Yeah.
The book
I
begins
was
to
gonna say,
kind of like
I could
jump down
prob-
and head in that direction.
No.
Would you like a hand? I could carry you.
No, well, I'm just stretching the old legs, but sure. And he kind of like flaps up like a bird into your arms.
Alex, did
Yeah?
I hit my head very hard?
Did you
Recently?
see a talking book walking towards the tower?
Yeah.
That is 100% real. Yeah.
Okay, so you saw it.
We're all saying it.
Yeah, okay. Well, I was really hoping I hit my head. That's a bummer.
This could be a really good thing for all of us, having Armaridian's knowledge here.
I
Especially
agree.
with boom, boom, and all that. We could possibly learn a lot from him. Elkarth says as you guys are like heading into the tower. But the book, Armaridian's like, it would have been really nice if I knew that I was leaving. I could have brought some things.
Oh.
And then, so Elkarth kind of grins at that, and Ludius is like, well, speaking about that, it was like a teleporter type thing, and it was open the whole time. So I got most of it, and he kind of like gestures off to the side, and you just see like the ruined like observatory of Armaridian like in pieces, where it looks like Ludius jumped through and just started touching as much shit as he
Oh,
could.
Jesus.
I would kind of glare at Ludius a little bit.
Yeah.
Did you touch the big metal thing?
Yeah, is that machine
Oh yeah,
over
it's
there?
here, and you see like what's left
Where's
of it.
the... Yeah, I'm going to start fucking beating the fuck out of this machine.
The book is like, no. This is good. Mostly,
You said it's
good.
going to murder lots of people.
It would have if it would have been of Ithrin's true design. I could not speak of it in the city. I actually, well, we'll talk about it in here. And he kind of like
I slowly put
flings
the-
a page this way. Inside my tower, no one can hear us. Hopefully, as long as the enchantments are still true. You do kind of like walk in and candles begin to light and the place begins to clean itself in Armaridian's presence. It's coming back to the fervor that it once was. But yeah, it looks like Ludius like jumped through and started touching a lot of things. Rylal, because you kind of have a connection with Dom a little bit, just being a fellow barbarian. He looks a little like wide-eyed and a little pale and sweaty. And as you guys are walking in, he's kind of walking alongside you, and he's like, "Did you see that woman? Atop that majestic bird? I think I'm in love."
Well, that would be of conflict amongst this group. She attempted to already kill us once.
Oh, I know, but I could bring her to the other side, I think.
Hey, Jophiel,
Yes.
you have a spell to make water, right? I think Dom needs some water. Like a lot of water.
I am thirsty.
He is thirsty.
Thirsty boy.
Rage Tooth.
I
If I may
need a
suggest.
moment to rest, and I can do this spell.
I'll go to the creek. It's okay.
If I may suggest, after you're done taking a drink, 150 push-ups, work it out.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. And he goes like trotting off, like muscle man style, down to the creek. He's a weird one, a little bit. He was talking a lot about that girl on that bird thing. I didn't think you wanted that here. I would have tried to touch it.
No.
But
No.
I didn't think that was a good idea.
No.
So, but as you guys are kind of going up through the stairs, Armaridian, and Toby's been very quiet, by the way. He seems, like I said, he's kind of working through things in his, in his own mind here about Armaridian. But Armaridian, the contraption in my observatory, for reasons of which I did not want to delve into, because Ithrin has spies and ears everywhere. It was supposed to be a magical instrument of the Veilfall to conjure Veil energy, to change millions of souls across Alora at once, if it was to come into contact with the heart of the Veil. I actually reprogrammed it in a way to where it would work more with void energy, in an attempt that if one day the seal was broken, that perhaps the brother of Alcannon could have returned instead. or at least his minions to kind of even the odds. He was supposed to blow up an Ithrin's face ever he was to use it, though he is a cunning individual and probably would have seen through it. But this, and he kind of like looks out a window as you guys are spiraling up, it could still be used for the Veil Fall, though that is not a good idea. But anyway, and you guys are kind of like up toward the workshop where his steel mannequin is. He does look at, the book looks at you.
Yep.
You seem to have been attuned to my phylactery. Everything that was in it is now a part of you. You don't actually need the book anymore. I'm telling you that because I'm going to meld with my mannequin now. So don't worry, you're still going to breathe sulfur and have a split tongue and be able to read everything.
Well, to be fair, Armaridian, the book was no longer in my pack until you seemed to possess it.
Oh, that's good.
So it had actually fused with me. I'm a little confused why.
It does like to latch on to those that attune with it, so... Well, don't worry, you can keep all the properties. I will say, if you ever find any more of my codexes, you will grow in power, but also there's some side effects, like eternal damnation, states of undeath, varying between the codexes, the volumes. You could grow as powerful as I, but I am kind of immortal, at least for now. They would have to destroy each of my codexes to really get rid of me, but I'm going to keep this one now, and, you know, if you're an aspiring wizard or whatever you are, you look for the other ones. I don't even remember why I left them. I've been alive for way too long. Way too long. And the book kind of like crawls up into the steel mannequin. And it begins to like change into the alloy of whatever this mannequin's made out of. And it begins to meld with it. Kind of, you know, like plastering all of the holes. Kind of like a very shoddy looking... paper mache outer skin layer. And, you know, it's... Armaridian's, like, small and a halfling, but this is this big ol', you know, Warforged-like design. And it kind of, you know, rocks forward, the eyes kind of alight with white, and then it stands straight. So, but now it's a very metallic Armaridian voice that's coming out now. But he does seem to now be able to see kind of all of you, and it's kind of looking between everyone in the room, though Dom is down by the river. And Toby is here. The mannequin does go toward Toby to kind of like reach out a hand, grandson, you know, that kind of thing. But Toby actually harumphs and leaves, heading back down the stairs. But then he does kind of look at the rest of you, and we probably have much to speak on, much insight that I can give you on current affairs. But he does kind of take a look at Ludius. You look familiar. Though I don't think I ever met you before, but you have a nice tower. Was going to turn it into a casino. I'm guessing I'm getting evicted now, though, so that's cool. And Armaridian, did we meet about 8 years ago? In the vaults underneath the Radiant Citadel. You were running. Nope, wasn't there.
Insight?
Go right ahead.
That is a 21.
Oh, yeah, he's lying.
19.
Lying. I already told yous that I was from Yardoon, but we don't need to tell the old geezer here.
I'm pretty sure he already knows.
We know.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah,
He is one of the most intelligent beings in all of Alora. I don't believe that he would forget something like that.
Yeah, it's the.
Ludius is like, go ahead.
I was doing my.
No, go ahead.
I really see Ludius as the problem with dealing with these sorcerers and wizards and stuff. They tend to be highly intelligent and tricky.
Ludius does roll a bit of a perception insight check toward Armaridian, maybe his voice or current, you know, when he saw him through the teleporter. I guess I would be lying if I didn't say that you are kind of familiar. A little bit. And then Armaridian, you were the two young ones. You were running from the Triadic Conclave. You hid there for quite some time. It's honestly pretty easy to remember those of goblin descent within Yardoon because not many of those. Your mother was quite an important one, allowing for your kind to at least have their own district for several years. It's really sad what happened. Yeah, we don't need to talk about that. It's okay. We can just sit here and talk about nice things. And he's starting to like break out in a little bit of a sweat and things.
Armaridian,
Yes.
I do believe that it would be in yours and Toby's best interest if you perhaps made a formal apology to him and spent some time trying to get to know him. He seems rather hurt that you never contacted him in all the time that you've been alive.
Fuck you, Grandpa! That's kind of what you hear from down the steps. Almost like your voice is echoing down it.
As I said,
He's not.
Let it out,
bitter-
Toby. It's
bitter
okay.
at all about it, really. It's
I
just-
think that you're probably right. I should probably speak with Toby. You have to understand, there's lots of things at risk here. I've been alive a long time and trying to circumvent a lot of things since all of you showed up. No offense.
I am
Mrs.
sure you
Harris
had
and
your
others.
reasons.
Oh, sure. I was the last living humanoid creature on this world until you all showed up on your big spaceship. So, you can understand.
I've only been here for 20 or so years, good sir.
Well, it was your descendants, of
Yeah.
course, but you have to understand that the burdens of the parents fall on the children a lot of the times through the generations.
I don't think that's.
I don't think it's. Yeah, you're
that's not
probably
really
right.
how that saying goes. But
Yeah, it's close, close enough for my purpose.
that's fair.
But I will say, I'm not going to evict you, little goblin. You can stay if you want, though. My wizarding tower will not be turned into a casino. But I will say, if you are who I think you are, well, there is a right of succession that you can venture forth toward. I'm surprised that you're staying here. And Ludius is like breaking out in a even colder sweat right now.
Can I roll a history check for anything that I may have saw on a map of Yardoon or the
Sure, yeah, go ahead and roll a history check. Yeah. Why not?
like for looking for a goblin district.
Mm-hmm. Jophiel, you could roll it too.
I feel like in all the time.
Xyrra could definitely roll it.
All the,
Dawnkeeper, did you ever go to Yardoon in your travels, or did you stay because of the family stuff in Ophius?
I got a
I
12.
probably would have stayed for family stuff. And
Everett may have went for some training. 12,
Yeah.
22.
22. Everett.
history 13.
Jophiel. The Purple Rose Thorn District. It's an entertainment district ran by mostly different races, but predominantly because of when you were alive. A lot of those taken from the Barren Lands were made to work in that district, especially in the arena within it as well. But you don't remember, because of your time asleep, you weren't really alive during what Armaridian's hinting towards. But yeah, it's a thing, the Purple Rose Thorn District.
Purple Rose.
Or the
Thorn
purple,
District.
yeah, purple. Yep. Hold on. The purple rose thorn. Making sure I had that right. It's in my notes right in front of me. But Armaridian kind of pushes the topic. You are the son of Ledard Meritol, former leader of the Velvet Cut. Whenever
Oh?
he died, oh yes, this little one. Whenever he died, Ludius, is it? Yeah. Though I don't think that's your true name. Ever you wanted a purpose in this life, young goblin, the leadership of the Velvet Cut is yours.
You know, I just received a letter from the Velvet Cut not too long ago, and they wished me to join them.
Our intel told us that. We've been given a lot of information about your goings-on, so... He kind of like, the mannequin winks, like he's trying to help out this goblin, because he kind of knew. So, Mr. Ludius, if you didn't want to stay and try and turn my tower into a mongrel pit, you could go with them and perhaps go to the Delve. It's like he's trying to use his knowledge to kind of like shoo out the goblins from his home, is kind of what you're picking up on.
It would be nice if that information was shared both ways, but I guess it's not.
But yeah. Anywho.
Speaking of having information, what do you know of my mother?
I actually never met your mother. Nor have I met you, of course. Though, Sable did recently tell me that he had a son. I don't even know much of your whereabouts. I'm very much akin to the god beasts, though I never waded to the endless staircase. And yeah, I know that your mother leads an organization that is, one that gives us directives, those that are of allegiance to the god beasts. As I said, I've never met them. I just worked alongside them. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I have many things I need to figure out.
So, hang on. So, from what I've understood of your explaining of your,
Funny that you got tied up on all this, Mr. Whitlock.
it is kind of, I stumbled literally into this.
Makes sense for Mr. Dawnkeeper, one cursed by his family line, but for you, it must be your ties to Sir Lorien, if I had to guess.
Well,
You know he still lives.
yeah, I'd heard mention of it.
But continue. And the mannequin kind of like sits down in a very, like an old man listening
Why do I feel like...
kind of pose.
Ankle over the knee, leaning forward.
Yeah, like
He's like, I'm getting ready to drop some more shit on you. I'm just waiting for a good moment. So, my understanding of your society is you have these priestesses that pray to a mother or whatever, and they get told directives, and it dispenses down that way. I assumed that was some sort of god, but that's your actual mother.
No.
Oh, okay. I don't really do the religious thing, so I figured I'd clarify.
his people serve the god beasts. That's essentially what I know of them. They came with you on the Ark, those like him, though they were taken underground to serve the god beast children specifically. I've never visited it, though I don't know their traditions.
From what he tells us, it's rather savage down there.
It was meant to be.
Quite a raw deal, really.
The god beasts like to flex their habits, wants, their carnal urges, often.
They are...
She is akin to them. She could explain it more.
The sovereign pillars don't even touch the endless staircase. Only god beasts do. Hence why the culture is so considerably more savage.
Sable is more humanoid than any of the others down there, and that's why he leads. But his wife, as I've been told, is of your kind, which makes sense. You are the spitting image, is how he's described her. Though, like I said, I've never met her. She seems to be a nice woman, I would assume. Spends all her time in the Vale these days, apparently. That is one thing that you left out as I was listening. You didn't drop the big bombshell on him, did you, Mrs. Jophiel? Each of you think Valark's a big, bad, evil motherfucker. Not quite. Ithrin has been acting as the visage of Valark since you came to this world on your arcs. Valark's been trapped beyond the veil this whole time. The whole plot was just to get his brother banished along with him. And now two of the baddest MFers in the whole of the galaxy cannot help you against Aolin's wrath. You were right about that. Your father is just like you, Jophiel, though with the death of your mother, he's intensely more pissed off than before. So that's good.
Are you saying that Valark himself has not been the cause of all of this suffering over the centuries?
Oh, no. The suffering was honestly brought about by each of you and your gods. Well, the triumvirate, mostly. So, and the wars against the god beast and then each other, and then Voidreth's, wanted to banish his brother, which was all just a ruse.
Family
That's
bullshit.
great news, though, right?
Well, define good.
Well,
What's
like,
good
It's
about
better
this?
news. Other than the whole point of Ithrin trying to turn everyone in the realm Veil touched and to take over the Veil himself and all that.
that part sucks. But, I'm not going to be turned into
Oh, Ithrin still has all the power of Alcanon himself. He plans to do very diabolical things with that heart that is within you.
Yeah, he's gonna get me first. I'm more
That is true.
worried about
That is true.
it doing something to me.
Oh,
I guess.
the veil is not inherently evil, but you will eventually become in a state of undeath that is intolerable for a humanoid like yourself, a mortal. If it was Jophiel that had the heart in her chest, she could withstand it being half god beast. You will eventually find an inevitable, painful, and just terrible death.
And that's when Ithrin will strike
well,
and use you to his advantage.
I mean, to be fair, that
She was not an option.
kind of what I was expecting.
Elkarth
When I
is
step
kind
on
of
the podium.
like he walks over to the mannequin and like gestures toward Jophiel, who is still carrying the other heart,
Yep.
right?
Huh?
Yep.
Yeah, see, look, there's the good one. What, mine?
We actually, because of the outstanding traits and capabilities of these individuals before us, maintained the actual heart of Everett here.
I put it in a box.
I was getting ready to comment on how
Box,
smart you
box,
are.
Small, square, and dark. Check out these fun blocks. Yay!
Yeah.
Well, that does change things.
Can you swap them? Can I have mine back?
Reverse. Paul Muno.
There has never been a successful open heart transplant within the realm of Alora ever.
Yes, there has. I just did it.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's gonna
wow,
do it again.
you're the first case.
I am. So if I did it once, I can do it again.
I mean,
It's good thinking.
I'm
It's
not
logic.
formally trained. And then Elkarth,
He is.
if you know who Mr. Lucius is, then perhaps you know of his curse. Oh, I know of it inherently. His father actually made some dark deeds with some dark devilish creatures to make sure Lucius, is it? And Lucius is like, yeah, that he had such a curse. Wow.
Your father was an
Armaridian's
asshole.
kind of like thinking about, yeah, yeah, like I said, I teleported him into his own asshole on purpose.
As you should have.
Yeah. Miss my mom, though. That sucks.
That was not your fault, Ludius.
What?
Do not blame yourself for something that you did as a mere babe.
Well, to be fair, like, my dad was mean and he beat the shit out of me, but Dom's dad, like, when his mom died, like, Dom was beaten ruthlessly all the time by his dad, so, you know.
I understand.
Anyway,
Perhaps
this is
that's
about you
such a
guys, not about me. But Armaridian, if I'm to understand the curse, the problem is that we have to crack open Everett's chest and keep him alive long enough to swap it and then hope that it reacclimates quickly. I am no all-powerful cleric. Tell me, Jophiel, do you think you could keep Everett alive through the process, or do you still need time to reacclimate to your form? You still do not emit the aura of the young heiress that I met so many years ago when you came to be. I actually was there whenever you were born, held you for the first time, dunked you under holy water and the whole thing. So, smacked you on the ass, made sure you could cry.
What? You're so old.
Oh, yes. As I said, I was the last living humanoid of this world.
What were the humans?
Oh,
Wait, so if you were the last,
Yes.
and you're incredibly powerful and strong and know these cool magic tricks,
yes.
what were the rest of them like?
The ones before me.
Were they the same?
Yeah. The world was like nothing you could have ever imagined. There was infrastructure. The gods were forgotten about. Cities bigger than you could even imagine. But conflict, a lot of it. Wars, countless. Calamity, over and over again. But I figured out a way to persevere. And also, when the world soul got really angry and all the god beasts began to pop up, they laid to waste the world. It's the same concept of burning down a forest so that it can grow back richer, though they did that several times. But I met Eowyn, thankfully, after he made sure that I died several times. But I had over 300 codexes scattered throughout the world at that point, so there's only around 7 or 8 remaining.
He probably found you very annoying.
He did.
Yeah.
But eventually we became good friends.
Yeah.
And then when Serenity came, your mother, who was a kind and... I'm kidding. She was a vicious woman. I can understand why Eowyn liked her. She led countless wars against the god beast, but eventually they met on the battlefield, fell in love. That day. It was cool, I guess. It's weird. They're beating the shit out of each other, and the next thing you know, you were being consummated right there.
Well, you know,
Sounds-
you don't really know somebody until you start throwing fists and...
It happened quite often. Most of your kind really took to the god beasts, let me tell you.
It sounds like
Oh,
Aelin
wow.
and Rage Tooth have some things in common.
Yeah. I don't know Mr. Dom too much as of yet, but who knows? Yeah, they got some in common, all right. Sounds like Eowyn likes to tickle girls, too. Whatever.
I do have a question for you, Armaridian.
Sure.
You said that Velark is trapped in the Veil.
Velark has never actually made it to the realm of Alora, nor to the world of Whist, for that matter.
So, if he is locked there, then is it possible to somehow unlock the Veil to let him into this realm to help us?
The biggest piece of information that I can give you. I don't know the true alliances of the High Lords and Ladies that have defected to the Hooklands. What I do know from my general intelligence is that High Lord Rook has summoned you, Mr. Dawnkeeper, to aid in, fixing the Elate Seal.
Mm-hmm.
It would be in your best interest not to do that. It would be in your best interest to make sure that it was destroyed. That is the only thing that keeps the Veil and the Void at bay.
Oh, but
So that would get them here.
that would get them here.
Wouldn't that be just as bad as having...
It is
Eowyn
quite the
show up?
possibility that the wrath of Voidwrath and Velark would be unparalleled.
Yeah, they'd want to destroy everything
The god,
Ithrin breathed on.
the god beasts, though, I don't think would allow that to happen. It could expedite the coming of Eowyn. The problem is, Mr. Whitlock, that, as I said, Lorien still lives, and he needs to not...
do that?
He would need to be destroyed for the Elate Seal to be truly...
Destroyed.
Yes. Similar to how you have, literally, the beating heart of Velark within you. His mortal heart that he turned into an artifact of great power. Lorien himself has a piece of this world's seal within him. He was chosen by the lords and ladies long ago. His family line. It's a curse, unlike any other. One that I don't even think your friend Elkarth here could take care of.
Well, where...
Yes, Jophiel. Jophiel cuts in there.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
seemed to
Go
have
ahead.
something really interesting. She sighed and everything.
Oh, I'm
just want to
Sorry.
just want to make sure that she gets her point across.
Sorry, you brought up breaking the Elate Seal.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a future thought that by breaking the Elate Seal, yes, the Void and the Veil would return or come about upon this world, but the Elate Seal can be recreated to
It could.
reseal everything that is Void and Veil, including Ithrin, back into it in the process.
It is possible. Sable's plan did have that in mind.
Breaking the Elate Seal and then resealing, essentially create a new one that will capture everything that is of that.
Wait, did you just come up with this? That's quite clever.
Sable had a bit of the same idea, but not to that point.
The worriment of the Late Seal staying sealed is that it will keep that divide of all the veil that's already on this side. So having it broken may be actually beneficial,
Yeah.
although in the actual moments it is broken, it may be catastrophic.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, until we could reinstate it.
So
Yes.
what you're saying is we need to be ready to put it back in place.
It's almost like we would
It would
need
eventually have to be restored.
Someone-
Nearly? Go ahead.
Well, it's like we would need someone that could, I don't know, maybe hold time or pause it or
Oh, yeah.
As we all look to Rylal.
that's
I don't know.
If
insane.
I
only
don't
we
know-
knew
I
someone
don't
who could
know.
do that.
I don't know what you're thinking, but I can't do that yet.
Yeah, I don't know. I know you.
And my mother's in the Vale?
Could be a family reunion.
As far as I know, from Sable's intelligence, yes. But she's been there for quite some time, since before you were born.
But it's been
There's a
sealed.
reason why you've never met her, as far as I know.
Wait.
Wait, was he Veilborn?
Then
and
how did
came
he
through?
get here?
Wait,
Wait,
what?
wait,
That's
wait.
possible?
If, if you can reach your mother with that coin, I heard Sable tell you this. If you can reach your mother with that coin, could you also write a note in a letter to Valark himself? If she's with him in the Vale.
It is possible.
Maybe. I don't understand the mail system, so I was told this is how it works, so sure.
You just got a lit.
It's essentially what I modeled it after. Like, 100%.
It's from your son.
Yay!
Rylal is now just spiraling.
I haven't actually
think-
ever heard the term of Veilborn, but it would make sense. Sable has been very innocuous with his comments about the matter.
As
If she-
usual.
If she's been there since before you were born, that would actually mean that you were conceived there. Tell me, are you Veil touched in any way? the mannequin kind of comes over. He like goes to a desk and what's the stethoscope?
Yeah.
Kind of
Yeah,
like
yeah.
grabs one and he like puts it on. He comes over and he begins to like give you a physical, like a once over. As I said, I'm not really a cleric, but I do know a thing or two. Turn around.
Sable
Bend over
did
a little
warn
bit.
you
Just
about
kidding. Just
something.
kidding. But he does kind of like feel your forehead. Oh, wow.
Something happened to him on that fight.
It did.
You fell and
Elkarth.
So, technically, you should have died there. But for some reason, as you fell unconscious and should have turned to the veil, I was able to heal you. I didn't quite turn you away from it. Maybe you have immunities to it, perhaps?
Is it because the seal's still up? He
Could be.
can't go back? Well, what happens if we break it?
Honest-
You just get sucked back in?
Well, that's... And Elkhart does look at Armaridian. So if the veil was to be destroyed, another part of this is the fact that those that dwell in the endless staircase could then come to the surface more easily. Sable even cannot use his true power here.
Didn't Sable warn you, Rylal, about something? About you not being supposed to being up here or something? I don't.
He did warn me. I had someone check me over and they couldn't find anything, so I don't know.
You should be wary about those. Not of this immediate group of individuals. There's reason all you young people have been gathered together. This world is really akin on fate and prophecy. It's been a thing for centuries, aeons even. The world's soul is tricky. She is dastardous in her designs. You've stumbled on a place where the song will continue to be sung, whether or not you contribute or not. Question is now, do you want to get on your big arc and leave this place? Those that are left. Or do you want to find home here?
But- So there's more.
Oh, listen.
You're.
I know I'm blowing your mind.
There's
But I've also
others?
been here a long time.
Right, which made me think that it was the only one because you stayed. You didn't go.
Mm-mm.
But there's more. Like, but do they have things on them too? That are.
It's funny listening to those that have came from a flying ship in among the stars. Though when they plopped you off here, they decided to keep that from you. The Triadic Conclave and the Triumvirate. They wanted to make sure that you didn't understand the concepts of jumping between worlds and stars.
I'm gonna go sit down now.
So,
Mr. Dawnkeeper, I think you could understand a good bit of it. I've actually met your father and your grandfather. They were quite astute.
Grandfather.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even. I mean, I knew I had a grandfather. I never met him though. He was.
He was on the Ark, I think. Perhaps. I don't know. I'd have to look into my archives.
Right, so that would only
Do-
make him 3 generations removed.
You all have only been here a few generations. Though things have been flying by. Go ahead, Sir Dawnkeeper. What were you going to say?
This is gonna sound very crazy. Is there a blueprint of this arc you keep talking about?
Not from me. It's probably could be in several places. There are several places of knowledge that are hidden in the host tower of Prost. My intel says that Xyrra was actually heading to one of the ports to look toward one of their archives as well.
I was.
She is now attuned with my codex. If you were to find it, Mr. Dawnkeeper, you would know. It will be written in a language that only I have deciphered from where you came from before, so she would know it.
Armaridian, you were here when the ships came.
Yes.
Surely not all of them were destroyed.
All the arcs?
Yes. Perhaps there's one that was hidden. Perhaps a certain group hid theirs.
I don't know if there was one main arc, but one of 3. Only one ever touched down, and that came with Triumvirate, all of the Sovereign Pillars as we know them, though Ithrin and all that. There was 2 others, but the way that it was presented to Aolin, from my recollections, they were extras, backups, empty voids, just in case.
So where did they go?
No idea. Probably to one of the other big rocks that are hovering the star. That's the big thing in the sky, Everett, the sun.
Yeah.
We are on a rock that kind of goes around it in a big circle,
It's-
right?
yeah.
And then there are other rocks that go around that star in a circle as well.
So I've been told.
Yeah.
It's quite fascinating.
I actually have a big old telescope up at the top. We can look at the other big rocks.
Yep. Yeah.
Perhaps I could look for some empty ships out there as well.
Yep. But
Never actually thought about it.
that's all they are, though, right? Just big rocks.
Oh no, they're whole other worlds just like this. Probably inhabited with people and things, or god beasts, or creatures.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. They're probably too close to the sun, and they're just empty voids of nothingness.
But there's a chance that they could be.
Did you know that this world actually moves toward the sun a few inches every year, and eventually it will be burnt into nothingness in a couple aeons?
Oh. Well,
Hopefully you don't live that long.
You might.
I probably will. And I will be, well, I can only die a few more times, to be fair.
I figured with the way everything's going, you were gonna say like next month we'll
Oh,
all
no.
disintegrate if you
No.
don't figure out how to move this rock.
Aolin would just sing a song and then the planet would move or something. Probably.
You keep saying songs. Does he actually
I mean,
sing
like
for
a
those things to
bard?
happen?
tell me this, Jophiel. Has your father ever actually spoken to you, or has everything been a limerick, a rhyme, and a song? Because every time that I spoke with him, it was all jarbled nonsense of singing and dancing until Serenity passed. And then the song stopped. So,
Yes, you're correct on the first aspect, is he enjoyed music and poems and lyrics and songs. Although I believe before he left this world to his devices until he was to return, he did tell me he loved me.
So shall we do the jellyfish dance and song in front of him?
Oh, the jelly. Oh, I forgot about the jellyfish. Oh my god.
Would he enjoy that?
idea.
He'd think it amusing. He'd probably do it with us without even thought.
Aolin is like a child. In ways. But one that has lived as long and is as powerful as he is meant to be that way. You speak of destroying the seal, and that could lead to a lot of bad things. But the whole point of the seal in the first place was to keep all the things out. It was actually here whenever you arrived. If the seal is destroyed, there is a possibility that what was left of this world could eke out with it. The old ways. What was here before even my remembrance.
I do have another thought about the seal, and Jophiel, please do not take any offense to what I am to say, but does the elate seal need all 13 keys?
So this is the hard part of the conversation, Miss Jophiel. And he does kind of like drag up a chair and he sits down. He goes down like elbows to knees, like face to face. Ithrin has destroyed several of your number already, though I think you know this. That was more of a show for the high lords and ladies, of which most of them are not with us anymore. Those that were aligned to Yardoon have either fallen, went missing, or got terribly sick, leaving Ithrin, the new minister of faith, as the only true monocle of power.
Makes sense why it was empty.
If the elate seal is to be truly destroyed, the other members of the 13 would have to perish as well. The reason why this is an issue to you, of course, is that you served with them. You, being half-blood, does not mean that you would have to die yourself, because Serenity was actually a member, the 7th key of the 13 keys before you, her death already signifying the moving on. The others would have to be found, their statues destroyed, for Dawnkeeper, whoever else amongst you, to be strong enough to actually break it, unless you can find Lorien. But then that also is a conflict of interest, I would assume, because then Everett's connection to him, though he is veil-touched, Elkarth could bring him back to the other side, but that does not get rid of the fact that the Seal Keeper must either pass on his curse and the next one be killed. There are many avenues of destroying the seal, but none are easy.
My question more has to do with rebuilding the seal after the fact if we were to try to act out Jophiel's plan.
You would need that of which is in Lorien, regardless. The actual seal itself.
Okay, so it does not depend upon having 13 keys then.
The 13 keys were engraved within the elate seal when you arrived to keep out your gods. That's what they are for. There's a reason that Ithrin is allowed here. Velark was truly still in the vicinity. He's banished, so is Voidbreath. The other pillars, the Triumvirate, when they left, it was under false pretense of, we're just leaving this world for now. No, they were engraved into the seal as well. They could not enter this realm. When that seal goes down, anything that was not allowed through our borders could come to a head.
Well, that seems incredibly
Dangerous?
Yes.
I said it would be catastrophic.
It says it's more unknown, really.
It is.
So I don't see how that could be any better than the situation we've already found ourselves.
The elate seal was made eons ago to keep out something that we put away from this world.
There's something even worse than
Possibly,
what
yes.
we've brought.
The legends and things of which I have read have pointed into the direction that the people were tired, or the gods were tired, of their constant interference within the affairs of mortals. The elate seal was just a barrier to keep the gods from mingling. It is said that the original creator that sung this world into existence, a descendant of Aeolin, well, Aeolin being a descendant of the one true creator god, it was her follies in this doomed cycle. That's why the elate seal was created, to keep everything out.
I see. So, well, that may not be so bad. There could be just as many that want to help see us strive as want to see us fall.
That was a
They won't
very
want to-
large gamble.
They don't want to be put
It is
back away.
incredibly-
All of this is a
They will
truly
not.
large gamble.
They might be pissed that they were put away to begin with.
Probably. Well,
Sable's
Maybe they
intent,
chose
your
to be put
father's
away.
intent, is for the elate seal to be destroyed. But he's been trying to find avenues that are less catastrophic, where less damage will be had. Even though he comes off as a bit of an asshole, he actually doesn't want to see the other 13 keys destroyed, nor Lorian killed. He's actually a softie at times. Sort of. Believe it or not. Believe it or
Tell us
not.
of the axe that he buried in my back.
But you were running, apparently, he said. Very fast, and you kind of went left when he thought you were going to go right. He had to make a show of it. So...
There's a reason why I've attempted to take his head.
Gene, did he never taught you, never turn your back on the adversary?
I was definitely outmatched.
You learned it that day, though, didn't you?
There's many lessons that have been embedded into this skin.
Yeah.
That was one of them.
That is part of it. Your father is one of the most cursed beings I've ever met. The seal was destroyed. He could use his full power on the surface. I don't think there is many, god or other, that could stand with him whenever he is at his best. So perhaps whatever it is that does come, he can handle. Even Aelin, I think, would have a hard time with your father. Though Aelin could just blink and make everything non-existent. But I don't think he would.
You said if the seal is destroyed that those of the endless staircase could come to the surface without consequence.
All of the god beasts could come. There was only one place where they could come through, but only once a year, and you've met her. As far as I know, you destroyed her.
Xyrra.
Yes. Xyrra was one of the only that knew of the maw. She did not share that information with many others, though Sable knew of it. Though if others did, they would be crawling through as we speak. And with that, let's take a quick break. I gotta pee. Be right back. What's up? You wanna come say hello? Look, you're on camera now. Look up there. Oh, there's a child on Whiskey Dice. Oh, man. You see Shawn up there?
Yeah, just barely.
Shawn looks
Hello.
blue today.
Lava D, lava die.
This is light, Dad.
What is it?
This is light.
Yeah. It's so that people can see my face better.
That's too close to
It's so they can hear you. Wait, you don't want to be on camera? That's okay. You having fun upstairs?
Yeah, I've been wondering if I see Dad while he's playing his game, am I going to be in the video?
Well, now you are. Now I'm going to have to leave this in because you're on camera. Hilarious. A little.
There she is.
Hello, Sis Millers.
I love you. Can I have a hug? You can go back upstairs?
Maybe.
Tell them girls I said that you have to be able to play with them too, okay?
What are you doing in your sister's room? You just watching your iPad or watching something?
Chips and dip.
Cool.
Watching the zombie movie.
Cool.
You didn't know what it was called.
I thought it was Zombie High, but I guess that's not a thing. I guess I'm thinking of the Monster High dolls.
Yeah.
I
gosh.
used to have a house,
Yeah.
but I lost the doll.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Flashback to Toys R Us
What'd
with
you drink
Monster
in
High
those?
dolls.
Single double.
You can fill it up. Why not? I've already went through my bourbon, so.
What were you doing? Were you just doing like...
With this? Well, oh, this? No, I doodle while I play because I have a little bit of ADHD. So as I write notes, I doodle and I draw circles.
I gave a speech one time on how doodling helps.
I think it does.
Retaining information.
Well, it also gets me to shut the fuck up sometimes.
I'm doing something.
Well, hurry up. I gotta.
Listening to the same
Alex is sitting back down. I gotta jump
music.
back in and start playing.
Over and over as I study helps me
Here you go.
remember stuff.
I love you.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Thank you. Have fun upstairs, okay? You still hungry or anything? Have your
Well, we have to find my stuff.
Okay. Go have fun, kiddo.
She's so cute.
Yeah. She's tired. That's why she's adorable right now.
That's when they're the best.
Yeah. Literally. 100%. 100%.
My nephews are opposite. When they get tired, they turn into complete assholes.
Yeah. I've gotten pretty lucky, like, with my kids. They're
And
pretty
d-
good.
And the moment she thinks you're sick or hurt, she becomes
Oh,
so
yeah.
sweet. Like there's many times she's brought me drinks and been like, "Do you need anything? Can
Yep.
I get you anything? Okay, I'll go get this." It's so adorable.
I don't know how, but I ended up with a cola instead of a beer. I guess I'll have a bourbon and Coke later, or whiskey Coke later.
That's funny.
There you
I don't
go.
know how that happened. That's fine. That's fine. Cool.
Does your brain just?
Shawn, I do
prevent
like your message you sent me. I am an asshole. I do plot things. You're welcome.
What?
So, y'all remember, good old. Oh, fuck.
Good old who?
Good old fuck. Yeah.
Good old fuck, yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
He's a pretty
guy.
cool guy.
Yeah.
Remember that fella. Straight up.
Oh, Queen Morgan Anvilbreaker.
Yeah.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah.
He was.
Queen
Yeah.
Morgan!
He was a pretty
Yeah.
cool fucking guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a cool campaign. How that ended. Anyway, back to the game.
Yeah.
As I
picked up.
have
That's it.
absolutely zero idea what
Zero
you're talking
idea.
about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We
It's,
were in space one time. We were doing lots.
Yeah.
We've been doing. I'm having a great time tying
I know
in
you
lore
are.
and things. It's been a blast.
We'll get Queen Morgan's mini out.
Oh my god.
I actually have as
Oh,
many still. I've
my
used it a couple times.
Fucking god. I forgot. That means all of them come back though, not just him.
Yeah.
That means,
Gaius comes back.
Yeah. Gaius comes back.
Kyson?
Kyson.
Kyson comes back. Yep.
Yep.
All the dragons. That's
All
The incarnates. Isn't it interesting how the incarnates are kind of akin to the god beasts in
beasts?
some way?
Yeah.
A little
Anyway,
bit. Yeah.
let's stop giving you guys things to think about. Don't try and ruin my plot.
Sword that talks. Oh, hail the Fire Lord!
Oh yes.
Oh yeah.
That one's already
Yes.
been kind of like
Yeah, he's-
redone in a way.
The Codex?
Kind of. Kind of.
Did-
Well,
I do have a question. Did the
Yeah.
Codex change any after that encounter where I fixed the teleportation? Is like there
like
more,
in that moment or after that, whenever
Yeah.
it showed itself,
Is there like more writing on my arms now?
you still have all of the writing, but it's you're kind of starting to understand that it's much more the aesthetics of it, the aesthetics.
Okay.
It seems that Armaridian was just really into that. You'd have to talk to him.
Okay.
He's got his own likes and stuff.
I will
You know,
talk
he
to
he
him
went
at
through
some
his punk
point.
rock phase.
Listen, I love
essentially.
tattoos, okay?
Yeah,
Great.
Rage-Tooth Dom isn't the only one that has a certain type. And Armaridian's been around a long time, and he's an old, interesting geezer.
Okay.
No, Armaridian was here long enough to do a lot of deals with a lot of dark creatures and things, and they're just really into. Yeah, you are afflicted. There's no like demonic realm anymore.
Yeah.
Within Alora or the world of Wist in general. The magic that you're afflicted with ties back to the before times, like to the 9 hells and things like that. So that's why you're kind of a devil, kind of, but like
That's
the only
really
one.
interesting for an
Yeah.
Eldrin.
Yeah, you're a fey devil.
You know.
That's a
yeah,
thing, actually.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah, there's no 9 hells or
Yeah, yeah.
anything.
It's
So
literally all gone.
I'm doing a lot of like the one-ofs, like Armaridian's like kind of a lich, as you can see him, but he's
Yeah.
kind of like not an asshole. But he
yeah.
has all these phylacteries that he poofs back to. Yeah, this is very much a new infancy kind of a world feel. That's what I was going for. But I mean, you guys are all knowledgeable enough to know, like, hey, we came here on a flying fucking ship, but then our people made sure that we went back to the Stone Ages, you know, 3 generations ago. So
Which is kind of dumb, but I'm sure
it's
they
for
have-
reasons.
Yeah.
The Elite
For
Seal has a
reasons.
huge key into that, and like the Doomed Cycle is a big deal. There's a big major story up there somewhere that you guys will eventually get to. That's the overarching problem and the
Yeah.
constant kind of conflict within all of my campaigns, which is too much interference from very interesting individuals.
Yeah, it was a. It's
My-
reoccurring.
It's a reoccurring
Yeah.
theme. But hey, this one's going really well. So, as we jump back into it, I will say that Armaridian does kind of like take a moment to say, I'm going to go speak with Toby for a little bit. I will be back. The spectral servants will make sure that you are fed. And there is plenty of dwarven red down there. Your favorite, I do know, Mrs. Jophiel. Mine too. Makes sense. All the god beasts love it. And then he kind of like, have you tried it yet?
Yes, he has.
I got drunk off it.
He had drunk off it.
Tavern.
Well, it all makes sense then. I tried to make sure that the Wayfarer's Rest was stocked full of it, always. Although I hear it was destroyed. I really should go talk to Toby, shouldn't I?
You should.
You should.
Yeah, especially with that.
I will be
bombshell.
back.
Sarith was the one that did that, by the way.
Yeah, good to know. Good to know. Okay. And then he goes walking down.
In his warforged
Yeah.
mannequin
Clank,
form.
clank, clank, clank. Kind of like the first Warforged of this world type thing.
Oh, please let him hit his head because he doesn't understand he's tall.
Oh, that would be
Well, that is
hilarious.
actually very true. The tower is designed for halflings.
Yeah.
So even though it can fit humanoids, there is tight. Yeah, I would say probably like
I would have so
Iron
much
Man takes his
difficulty.
head and drags it like down the steps.
The thin halls, Rylal's like, go to the side.
Yeah, you have to
Shimmy,
suck it in quite often throughout here.
Sucking
Yeah.
what? It's all muscle.
I don't know how you would. You could try.
He's got no flabby bits. It's all tight muscle. He's a big boy.
Yeah.
Quit puffing yourself up, Rylal. Just let the hair out.
Yeah.
You'll be okay.
Put down the elastic bands, quit being all rippled muscle. So, but yeah, I mean, you guys are kind of left alone now in the observatory area of the tower, with, I guess, just you guys. Elkarth here as well. Elkarth is pondering deep in thought with everything that's been said. It seems that things are coming to a light to him as well, but you guys have been given a lot of information.
Speaking
Ludius
of your
is here too.
surgery,
Go ahead.
speaking of your surgery, Everett, might be a good idea that if we go about trying to do open heart surgery on you, if we had someone with the ability to reverse time in case something goes horribly wrong.
Oh, I didn't think about that. Really, I just kind of figured it. Well, I'm supposed to be dead already, so.
Let's try not to kill you.
Oh yeah, that was amazing.
Do you think Sable would come to help?
From what Armaridian has said and from discussion with Sable already, he's been very careful with his involvement. Obviously, he has involved himself in some ways, but it's not to the full effect of what he can. However, I need to write a letter. I need some
Yeah.
answers. Because what the fuck?
To your father or your mother?
To everybody in this fucking planet at this point.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot.
I don't know if we'll get those answers.
It probably is a good time within downtime for any of you that want to write a letter to somebody before setting out again. It is a good moment, I think.
Yeah.
I've been working on one.
You got a fun twist to yours.
Minute.
So, Ludius being tied to now your personal backstory stuff can be really fun.
Yeah, I have
So-
to write a second letter now because the first one that I wanted to write was to my parents.
We'll need to discuss what you want to get to. Alcanon Valar. If Mother's with him. Though
Oh yeah, that was something.
I just have questions about how he was locked away and how he feels about the realm as it is these days. If he wants to, if he would like to help save it, or if he would rather see it burn.
well, as they've already mentioned, this world has burned multiple times, so breaking the light seal may continue that cycle.
Yes, but he has never been here, apparently.
If you got locked away for aeons, as it sounds like, probably be pretty pissed about the people who locked you away.
I would be pissed at those people, not at the entire realm.
You sit there and think about it for
But-
that long.
Yeah.
The
who,
realm taking a hit as well, maybe just collateral damage.
You
Yeah.
think that I wouldn't sit there and think things through? You know me better than any of these people.
You would.
Yeah. What
That was the question.
I know nothing about.
do you think me and Rylal would do if we were locked away?
Well, you're
and
not
set
the one in
free?
question.
I would burn this world to a crisp, and there'd be no world left.
Well, I am the one who is
Sorry, Jophiel.
apparently
None taken.
a descendant of Valark, so I think that I should be taken as the example, not you.
I am a descendant of Sable. Do I act like Sable?
Does the heart react
You are a bit of a
to,
softie.
like, any mention of his name? Like,
No.
it doesn't speed
Your
up
heart
or slow
does
down.
not.
or-
It does. Your heart
does
never.
regular bullshit.
Doesn't matter what you're doing. Your heart stays at a steady beat. It never goes up or down. Nothing has changed. So like,
That's
you don't even
amazing.
you don't even really like sweat as much as you used to. So
Yeah, I'll start thinking about what
it's
Armaridian
perfect
was
because
saying.
you're a warrior. You're a fighter. You're not
Yeah.
divine. You have no connection to gods.
No.
You're just descendant of a family line to one. That fact means that it's even though you're attuned to the heart, nothing has really happened. And maybe that's cool.
That is yeah.
You are attuned to it. Like you can try to do things, but
I have no idea how to do
Everett would be like
that. I have no idea how to do that.
like playing with his scar.
Yeah. I would understand how to make it go faster or slower, and if it's not doing either one of those things, I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the thing.
Oh,
So
I just-
you were the one that were chosen. You guys chose
Yeah,
you,
yeah, yeah.
so that's
Yeah.
why it's so cool. You know.
Interesting.
What were you saying, Dawnkeeper?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dalton.
I thought of an idea.
Well,
Throw it
share
out
it with
there.
the party.
Yeah.
I could attempt to identify the heart and see what I can do.
That's
I didn't think of doing it because like, oh, it's just this.
Could you identify
because
it
it's
when
a
it's
heart.
enclosed in his chest?
yeah.
I mean, I can certainly try.
I mean, it does what it's supposed to do.
Does it?
Does it actually
Does it?
beat?
Okay. You bring up valid points. It's a bit abnormal.
It's cold.
Yes, you're very
I
cold.
do not feel cold. I feel fine.
I would put my hand on your chest.
See,
Cold.
Feel it. Yes, but feel it. It beats.
It.
Blood is pumping. Oh, I'm going to prick my finger.
Does he bleed?
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
the blood is pumping. I'm fine. All is well. It's just cold in here. That's
You would
all.
see me take my hand, put it on my chest, and put it back on your chest. I would rage,
Ooh, can
and then kind of like back off and like, no.
I feel heat?
Yes. You really do.
Your fucking hand's hot. Get it off.
Like I said, it's just it's
Yeah,
one of
I
those
feel
things.
normal.
Your heart really never elevates, so like that's why you don't really have to sleep as much as you used to. You do seem to be invigorated in ways that you never were before.
Yeah.
Which does make sense, contributing to the actual heritage of the gods themselves. Like you've just kind of, it's almost as if your racial traits and things are changing.
I'm fucking going. I literally just looked at your shirt and was like, "Ow, this fucking okay, cool."
Yeah, you still bleed. You can still die.
okay,
You know.
Yeah.
Rylal, the only other thing that I would ask of Valark is if, for some reason, you all know that I'm oddly obsessed with finding the truth and knowledge and sharing it with everyone that I can. And I just wonder if, because he's been trapped, if he has somehow pushed that into my bloodline and possibly sparked that interest in me himself. So that someone might reveal that he is trapped.
I think we can craft a letter to ask those questions. The letter that I'll be writing will not be straightforward because I don't know who is going to potentially hijack said letter.
Jophiel, I don't know if you've ever asked me this question, but I will prompt it from your character.
Yeah.
Would you like to roll for me? Have you ever asked me? I think you have. But I'm going to give you one more history check because I think it failed last time. Did you ever ask if you had ever met his mother?
I think she asked that last time.
Did you? I don't remember it. It
I
may
don't
have
think
happened,
so.
and it may have happened or not.
I think
Would
you-
you like to roll a history check to recall the name of his mother?
Yeah.
Because the thing is like, the more that your memory comes up, the more that you learn about all these individuals. Like, you even have memories now of Sable. You knew Sarosa. Like, there is a chance. It's not the hardest thing to recall, especially this close to your home. Unless you roll just piss poor.
I'm going to go ahead and add this because I want to.
Okay.
Okay.
That's good enough. Wait.
53, she said.
It was a history.
I swear to
It was a
God.
history check, right?
Yeah.
16.
Hell, is my name even Rylal?
It is. It is actually. You actually sent me. You actually, Andrea and I, the actual Andrea, not her character.
Oh, yeah,
You
yeah,
actually
yeah.
chose the name
Duh.
of this NPC.
Yeah, that's right. I did.
I don't know how to pronounce it, so you can look that up for me and tell me how you would like it to be pronounced. And Jophiel, in this moment, you can be like, well, wait. I actually remember this woman. Just literally her name. You never really talked to her or anything. You just know of what faction she's of and their general purpose, but that's it. So, but how did you want that name to be pronounced?
Jalilulin.
Okay, you're gonna have to give me like,
Jalilowin?
you're gonna have to give us like a pet name or like a
Sounds
shortened.
Jal.
Jolly.
Send me that. Send
Jolly.
it to me again. And I'll
Jules?
maybe I'll find a common translation for it.
Lulin.
Lulin?
Yeah.
Ooh, I
Lulin
like
could
that.
work.
Yeah.
But for her full name is Jalil
Spell it for us.
Lulin. Jalilulin.
Yeah.
So Lulin, that actually makes sense because even Eli's name is even ancient. It's Eli O'Nell, but that's really hard to kind of like say all the time. So Lulin, but you actually know the full name. So that's cool.
What's the
You would
last
give
name?
him the full name.
Is there a last name too?
There is.
Oh.
Is it Nocturnus?
Jophiel, RP. You're like all of a sudden like, wait, I actually, my memory is returned. I remember the name of your mother.
I like kind of stare at him at Rylal until he catches on.
Uh-huh.
Your mother,
Yes.
her name's Lulin.
Lulin?
Jalilulin.
Jalulin.
Welcome to Whiskey Days.
Jalilulin.
I'm so glad I was.
She prefers Lulin.
I think it would be like Jolly Lulin. Lulin. Jolly Lulin would be more.
Call her
What did
Lu-
you get this from?
We'll call her
I'm actually very
Lulin.
curious.
The first part is female, and the second part's power.
Oh, okay. Very cool.
I like
If I
that.
remember correctly. I can't remember, but I know one part was female. I think the other part's supposed to be like power or
Right.
sovereign, something like
is
that.
Is it a
For the
draw name?
sake of the campaign, we'll go with Lulin. Just, but we'll assume that we're saying. But you do know her last name as well. But that's up to you. Just if you wanted to share. Yeah.
What is?
Oh, it's
It's
Velvet.
Velvet, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I would say that. Lulin Velvet. Yeah.
I knew that was going to get a reaction from Everett and Dawnkeeper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
I was right.
Griffin.
I was right.
I don't
But
wanna-
yeah, I would say Lulin Velvet. And if you give me a weird look, I would say Jalil Lulin Velvet is your mother's name.
So now you know the name of your mother, Lulin Velvet. This means nothing to anybody watching at this point, but it means a lot to some other
To
players
me,
here.
it means a lot to me.
Rylal's
nothing.
mind is literally just crumbling right now. Everything about his character has been tossed to the wind. He does not know what's going on.
know,
He just
I
wants
love
to
it.
know who to kill. Give me a target to kill, please.
Hi, welcome
Ithrin.
to D&D.
Welcome to the AD.
RP wise,
I've been doing this for years. Just
this-
fucking my
this is-
player's mind state. It's been fun.
okay. Who do we kill? If I do
you
not have
want
a
to.
target, I'm gonna lose my mind. Who do I kill?
Ithrin.
Ithrin.
Yeah.
Ithrin's the end all be all. That is that's whose head needs the rolls. Is that right?
I
Yep.
mean,
Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody agree?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
if that is
Like,
what
not
you
today,
need
'cause
to
we'll
hear-
die.
No, you need to get stronger, Rylal.
I know this. I am very well aware of this. Because if my father can't kill him in his current state, then we need to break the elite so that he might be able to kill him in that state.
Yep.
Requires us to get stronger because if we
Yep.
go break the elite seal, shit's gonna
Now.
happen.
Yeah.
Well, not
Hey,
just
you-
not just that.
Look at you.
We would still have
Figuring it
to.
out.
We would still.
The barbarians connecting the
Hell
dots.
Wow.
To be fair, he is
I
a
feel
very
like he's a
intelligent
whiteboard right
barbarian.
now.
He's
and
a
he's just
porcelain
writing
elf.
this
He's
down.
very smart, yeah.
Yeah.
His intelligence is probably higher than what's on his stat sheet.
And to be fair,
It's 14, so it's actually not bad.
It's not bad. Not
I,
for the realm
I
of
didn't
D&D.
roll like a 4
Yeah.
or a barb.
you did miss a step though. you're assuming Lorian will let us kill him.
I don't give a shit who he is.
Yeah.
But apparently you give a shit who he is.
No,
so
that's not even what I'm saying. He's strong.
okay.
Yeah, that is true.
Okay. He's here. I'll say it like this, then, Rylal, and you won't like it. He's stronger than you.
Cool.
Okay, so
I think he just needs a goal for
I need
the
a goal.
future.
I need a target. Give me a target. You know what my entire life has been the target? To cut off the head of Sable. Guess what? That didn't happen for obvious reasons. My goal before that was to cut off the head of our high priestess. Guess what? That's not going to happen because she would have had me killed at any point in time she wanted to because her death squad would have come after me. I just need a target.
Yeah,
Give me a target.
I was trying to warn you of this when you focus your entire being on revenge.
It's not revenge. It's a goal. At this point, it's a goal. It's not revenge. Ifrin hasn't done anything to me.
Right, but it's not a goal that is worth fulfilling now, is it?
You almost hear like echoing in your mind, Rylal, like friendship, compassion, loyalty,
Love.
love. He's not acclimated to those feelings yet, but you hear it echoing.
To be fair, for Everett's point, like my goal is to reveal the truth to anyone and everyone that I can.
See how broad the goal is?
I don't know my goal anymore.
Y'all do got some broad goals.
No, my
Dig it.
this.
Trust me, I get it. You're purpose built for a singular purpose.
You know,
I
one day I might
understand.
start a newsletter.
I was built to kill. My entire life was killing.
I understand. Trust me, out of any of these people, I understand you more than you could possibly imagine.
Oh, I am very well aware of that, Everett.
Then listen to me.
I think he's a bit emotional to listen right now.
Yes.
I think I'll call it Letters from the Scholar of Shadows.
I have
It's
I,
kitschy,
I'm-
it's a
I
good-
have
This is
something in
pretty
the
catchy.
kitchen to help you out with my
Me?
skybox.
Ooh,
Yeah,
What?
yeah.
your skybox. What is this?
That's new.
Oh, I was talking about it with Toby. So you know the talking rock that I have?
Yes.
I want to make a bigger one that pops letters into the sky so people
Ooh.
can read it from like miles away.
Ooh.
You've always been very proud of that rock.
I can. I would be able to make use of that. Yes.
Wow, that would certainly get the message out.
Oh, and Everett, come here. I put my hand on your heart and try to cast Identify. Ritual casting it for 10 minutes.
Okie dokie. So, over the next 10 minutes, you begin to try to cast Identify, yes?
Yes.
Everett.
Yes.
I need you to roll from me a
Oh.
die 10, please.
Yes.
I have more words for you, Everett.
So, it is late, and you guys are kind of
you may
like
not
talking.
get to
There's
see
some
them.
arguments, like, what are we going to do next? And
7.
Lots of
you-
dwarven red ale drinking.
lots of drinking, whiskey dice, and then like there's the moment where Dawnkeeper comes up and he's like, you know what, like we can keep talking about this, but I want to try to identify the heart of the veil. And everyone goes about doing whatever they want to do in this moment, but it kind of gets quiet for the next 10 minutes, and then Everett rolled a 7.
Like, spontaneously combust.
be
Alex
unfortunate.
spontaneously combust. That
Oh,
would
no.
That would also be unfortunate.
be. Yeah.
So, Mr. Dawnkeeper,
Oh no.
you put your hands on his chest and you ritual cast for 10 minutes. And at the end of the 10 minutes, as you allow the magic to seep through into his chest, it's almost as as if the rest of you can see the smoky, like, arcana, like, as if the ether is showing itself, like, seeping into Everett's body. But it almost rejects the magic and sends Mr. Dawnkeeper flying back to the opposite wall, literally, like, with singed hair and eyebrows. But, Mr. Everett, you did just gain an ability.
You did a thing.
You did do something. You've unlocked one of the...
Wait,
what
I
are
did
the things
thing.
inside the heart, the tubes? What's it called?
Oh.
The-
The
ventricles?
ventricles?
yeah, you
Ventricles.
unlocked like a...
Aorta?
Yeah, you like a ventricle is like opened up. Look at you.
I have a chamber.
Chambers,
You've
yep.
opened the first door of the chakra.
So, you've gained an ability.
Yeah.
This is cool. So, you've gained temporal distortion.
Oh,
It
that's
seems as though Mr. Dawnkeeper has unlocked something within the heart. So once per long rest, you can manipulate time within a 30-foot radius up to 1 minute. During this time, you can slow down or speed up time, granting either haste or slow effects onto a creature of your choice.
Wow.
Oh,
Weren't you just talking about time manipulation?
It's not the time manipulation you need.
Yeah.
What it has done is allowed you to essentially cast haste or slow once per long rest. So
That's
Can make someone work faster when they're doing heart surgery. I cast haste on you. Do it quick.
Well, I'd have to concentrate on it. I'm
That is-
assuming I still have.
you don't have to concentrate.
Oh
No, it's just you just
shit,
cast
fire.
you cast it for free once per long rest.
So is Dawnkeeper a tinkerer
fine.
or a surgeon now?
Good.
That's a great question.
I would run over.
What did you just actually do, Mr. Nunn?
I don't know.
As you see Everett's eyes alight and he feels stronger, I'm actually curious what you think you've accomplished. Like how you react. You're like, oh yeah, I did that.
Alex, your magic was
it work?
bad. You blew yourself up again. Why does that happen all the time? I'm picking you up.
I'm good at building things, not casting spells, I guess.
Well,
Oh, my back!
oh no. To be fair
Threw out
though,
his back again.
He did throw his house back again.
you did a thing. You did do a thing. I feel.
Oh, good.
I feel fucking awesome. I feel great.
Do it again.
No,
I don't.
not right now.
know.
I will. If you want to try to do it one more time, I will allow it. But I will say that not everything is great. But you can garner more information. But because of how long he's had it, and with the exit of one of the characters of the party, I'll allow you to do it one more time if you wish.
Okay, we'll do it again.
You do one more time? Okay. I will allow you to do it one more time, so you
He
ritual
really
cast
thought
it
about
again.
that.
I
Number
would
7 is
stand
gone.
I would stand behind him this time to catch him.
Die 10, if you roll a 7, re-roll.
Yeah.
I'm going to drink my dwarven red ale as I watch this.
2.
By the way, Dwarven Red is essentially like drinking moonshine.
Yeah.
It's like
that's kind of what
Everclear.
I picked up.
I would be drinking it with you, so I am drunkenly like behind him. Ready to
Dwarves
catch.
call it,
Fuck
dwarves
yes.
call it wine, but it's not wine.
Hut,
Let's
hut.
be honest, it's
Hike!
dwarven spirit.
Push!
Plant
Actually,
your feet this time,
It
Alex.
looks like Everett.
Oh god.
The same thing happens. You send Dawnkeeper
Oh.
flying again over the course of the past
Into
20 minutes.
Rylal.
Yeah, like you catch him. But like Everett was already like, yeah, hey, I feel energetic. Or you can like point at something and it begins to slow down. You're like, this is cool. You actually you got another decent one. So number 2, you now have the Veil's Blessing. You gain advantage on saving throws against magic and effects that alter your mind or
Ooh.
perception. Additionally, you can see through illusions and invisibility within 60 feet.
Is this
Damn.
passive? Or is that active?
It is. Let's see. It's just against saves. So he gets advantage on saves. Any mind ability, he has advantage on any of those saving throws. So
So like that
Wisdom,
dominate,
yeah.
that last
Yeah.
creepy fucking thing. The
hag.
The hag
The hag.
triad on Alex.
yeah.
Which if
But what
it
about the
tried on me,
invisibility
would've been
vision? Is
real
that
bad.
just inherent? Or?
Yeah, it's just constant.
Oh.
Oh,
have true
shit.
sight.
You essentially have true sight. Yeah.
That's kind of
Well,
cool.
yes.
Not all the effects are true sight. It's
was
just
gonna say,
you
true
can see
sight is the
invisibility or
ethereal-
illusions.
Yeah.
Magical illusions, you can see through them. Invisibility, you can see through them. And then saving throws of anything that alters your mind stats. So that's pretty cool. Or perception. So I see what Andrea was saying there.
I opened my eyes. What?
They can look how you want. If I was to say how they would truly look because it's a veil ability, the whites of your eyes would turn purple, and then your pupils would turn yellow gold.
That's sick.
Ooh.
So that's kind of what it would look like.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah, that's kind of a veil thing. But yeah, that's so Mr. Dawnkeeper, you feel as though you've delved as far as you can. You do feel as though you can come back to this, and I'll make sure. I just printed the list off to make sure that I had it. I had it deep within some notes of the Heart of the Veil, so I'm glad you brought it up. But yeah, there is. I mean,
Is this how you guys feel all the time?
What do you mean?
I feel.
I don't feel too good right now.
Yeah, well.
I kind of give you a pat on the back as I put you back down.
You-
Start
you-
clutching.
You did kind of get blown up twice, Alex.
What do you mean, Everett?
I mean, I feel fucking great. Yeah, fuck Lorian. He a bitch. Let's go get him. No, I'm just playing. He is still really strong, and my friend. Well, he was. He still is my friend.
I think
But
what Everett's trying to say here is he's touching magic for the first time. It's a good feeling, isn't it?
It is very.
It's
very
invigorating.
good.
Yeah.
What kind of magic do you have now?
Throw a punch.
Throw a punch.
Yes, hit me.
You got it.
Cast slow.
What does slow do?
So essentially, for RP's sake, Rylal, because you're so angsty and like riled up, he tells you to punch him, and you're like, fine. And then you come running toward him, you throw a punch, and all of a sudden you go really slow, and Everett kind of maneuvers around you.
A step out of the
Like
way.
he becomes twice as fast as you are, and you become twice as slow as he is. But it only lasts for about 6 seconds, and then he kind of lets it drop. So.
Oh.
Interesting.
Yeah, this is. Wow.
We don't have that ability. That is something
No.
unique to you.
Haste is pretty cool for
I can
your
make
guys' party.
lights.
You can.
Especially for you. Hasting you?
Yeah.
I'd cast my dancing lights cantrip.
Wait.
This is what I can do.
I mean, I've seen you do that, but I thought that was just like, this is just some shit I do. Like, you don't have like some super move.
I mean, I have this, and
Not
then I would
unless I-
speak into your mind. Hello,
Excuse me.
Everett.
Well, you've done that. but like,
Oh, I love it.
oh,
What else can you do?
well, everything looks different. I bet I don't know. Other than that, than the fast and slow thing, that's really cool.
What do you mean different?
I don't really know how to explain it. Yeah. So we're still in the tower, right?
Yes.
This place was full of illusions before.
So with Armaridian returning, everything kind of went back to itself, right?
Oh, okay.
But as you're sitting in the observatory, you do notice that there is a hidden door before you.
Oh boy.
Like, okay, something that's new. There's a door there.
Where?
He points at a blank spot in the wall. Like literally a bookshelf full of different tools and instruments. But what you see is literally a door that you could walk up and push through. Like an ethereal door that maybe you could just walk through it. You don't know. This is all new to you. You know?
Yeah.
But if you'd like to go check it out, you can.
I'd just grab the closest thing I could and throw it.
You guys watch as he throws it through a wall. Like it disappears as it hits the books and the tools. It just disappears, and you hear it clink on the other
You
side.
just see Xyrra go.
And Armaridian's not here right now, so if you were to go look, probably a good time. It's
I'm
up
gonna
to you
go
though.
touch it.
Your hand begins to meld through it.
See? Door.
Oh,
Well,
so you
hole in the
can you
wall,
can
I
tell
guess.
what happens when I do this, and I'd cast some misform illusions from my
Oh,
Echo of
yeah,
Valor,
yeah.
and there'd be 5 Rylals just kind of,
But-
3 Rylals surrounding him.
But you would be able to tell who is the main one.
Yeah.
The rest of you, of course, would have a hard time.
Imagine you like poke him.
Yeah.
You're him.
It's
You can just walk up, boop the actual nose.
Oh,
This is.
Would you give a fighter magic for free?
whoa!
Oh boy.
Red Bull, it gives you wings.
It's gone to my head.
Wonder how far this goes.
To be honest, I don't want it to go any further. This is
Plenty.
overwhelming. It's overwhelming.
The only other thing that I can do is this, and then I would face step behind you.
You could actually watch her step through the ethereal plane,
Yeah,
and then
that's-
come out behind you. So all it would do is like if she was ever, why did I throw my fucking dice tray?
Get
If
this
she was to ever fight you for whatever reason, it would even the battlefield a little bit, but not much. I mean, she's still very fast. She's a fae.
I'm
She's a
seeing,
fae devil, actually.
Alright.
So
It's a fighter really seeing. Like it was just like
Yeah.
right.
tricks before, but I understand.
You learned with
how
like
it works.
physical, like
Yeah.
actual, like militia training, and now all of a sudden you're seeing what's beyond that. the magical realm itself. So yeah, this is gonna make you quite strong, I think. To be fair, Mr. Dawnkeeper, good for
quite
you,
a
buddy.
lot.
You rolled. You prompted him to roll 2 of the really good ones on that table. So good for you. So
Yeah.
good for you, buddy. Because he got 2
Yeah.
cool things, I'll give you an inspiration dice. How about
Yeah,
that?
You fucking.
There you go. But Everett, there is a room full of
yeah.
knickknacks. If you want to go look, whoever would like to go look can roll for me a die 8. But we need to go kind of one at a time, and I need to know who goes in and who grabs something.
I'm going in.
All right, we'll start with you. Roll die 8.
1.
A 1. Okay.
Starting off hot.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So this is hilarious. So you come across, you go in, you begin to look around. You come across what looks to be another codex. It's another phylactery of Armaridian.
Shit.
God damn it.
Yoink.
So it's one of his phylacteries. Would you like to take it? It does seem, I would say, because of how quickly you can read, if you were to scroll through, it does give hints to where the other phylacteries are hidden. The last of them. So
Yeah, I'm
it's
gonna
up to
take
you.
it.
All right, so you take it.
It's the codex of his phylacteries.
It does give you
Seems like
a
a horrible
pretty
idea.
powerful necromantic spell of create undead.
Ooh.
Oh, God.
So that is something you could learn if you were to study it. So you can learn how to create undead. So that's fun.
Okay.
So you take you take one of the grimoires. Who else goes in? Who wants to go next?
I rolled a 7.
Dawnkeeper got a 7. You actually come away with a dark scepter of dark wooden bone, topped with a skull that holds a glowing crimson gem. This actually is a scepter of Armaridian that has the potential to be able to control creatures that are under the classification of undead. And we talked about this before the game. Veil, like those of Veil Touch, like you have a chance as well. This is more of a story item to where it's kind of like that cool moment, like, oh, I'm being beseeched upon by a bunch of undead or Veil Touch. DM, can I try and like take control of these individuals before me? And there's a cool save with it. So just put it under your inventory as Armaridian Scepter.
Yep.
So it's kind of a story instrument. Who else wants to go in and look around? Anybody else? Jophiel, you don't want to go in and pillage?
No.
Pillage.
I'm not pillaging.
Pillage.
You sure?
Yeah.
Do you want to do it for fun? Or, okay, I know you. So your character wouldn't, right?
Yeah. She wouldn't.
But as Andrea, do you kind of want to?
Yes, she
You
does.
can always go in and just
Look,
not
you had a
take
hard
whatever
week,
it
honey.
is.
I'm giving you a free roll if you want it. I think that 7 and what else is gone? 7 and 1's gone, but it's up to you.
No.
No? Okay, good for you. Take an inspiration dice instead. There you go. Who? Anybody else?
I deserve this.
Yeah, I'm finally getting to see beyond.
Yeah.
I'm fucking going in there.
So die 8, what you roll? So 1 or 7, re-roll.
2.
Oh.
You got 2 again.
Yeah.
Wow, this is really interesting too. So you find a obsidian crown, okay? And so it grants the wearer dominion over lesser undead, and it can enhance spells of necromancy. So it's kind of the same thing as the scepter. It's a bit of a story thing to where you could use it in a given moment to kind of combat those that are void touched or veil touched. And you know, if you ever are like, Brad, I would like to use this in this moment, then we'll talk about what it does. But to you seeing it, it's just a cool crown. It's a cool crown. So, did you want to look to it?
Whitlock.
Rylal, you wanna pillage? You want an inspiration dice, or you wanna try and get something cool?
To get away from
I like Toby.
Toby's a cool guy.
I like
Toby's
him.
one of my favoriteest characters I've ever made. This is true, but his great great grandfather Armaridian's a bit of a douche.
I don't want to piss him off though.
To be fair, Toby is pretty pissed off with him himself, so.
You hear them yelling, or they were yelling at first, but now it's gotten quieter.
Yeah.
He's given me important information about my family, but he's still a dick. Kind of.
Armaridian is a bit of an asshole. Yeah.
All right, yeah, Rylal will do it.
All right. So it looks like 1, 2, and 7 are gone.
Nope.
So re-roll until you get something different.
8.
Okay. That's a, so this one's more of a pragmatic thing. It's called the Potion of Eternal Night. It's a swirling inky liquid. So when you consume it, it's going to give you magical dark vision and resistance to all necrotic and radiant damage for 24 hours. So pretty cool. Pretty cool. With a barbarian, that's kind of cool. Because I think you just have the basic resistances when you rage. So this could give you radiant and necrotic for a day.
And magical dark vision is just different than regular
Yeah.
dark vision.
Yeah, I use a lot.
It's
I use
pretty-
a lot of magical
Magical-
dark vision
you
all
do.
the time.
You do.
On purpose because of the stakes of things, though.
Yeah.
So there's not traditional. You guys are actually on a path where you're going to eventually traverse a dungeon that's much different than your traditional, like, underground dungeon. It's much more of a.
Oh, the
I
path,
just can't wait for you guys to do it.
or the
yeah.
one of the walks.
Bit of a topside thing.
That will be
Yeah.
that'll be pretty sick.
Yeah, it'll be pretty cool.
Hell, can
But
I
yeah,
make
so
dark
everyone.
potion?
Dawnkeeper, you just took inspiration. So did Andrea. Yeah, Jophiel.
No, he had to
Dawnkeeper
send
Yeah,
got
that.
you got that.
scepter.
Yeah, yeah. Who all got inspiration from that?
Just me.
Just you. Good for you.
I
I forgot
it
you were the
for-
first one that went in and got
Yeah.
something.
I
You got
watched
the
as
scepter.
the party went in, and I just watched. I just continue to drink my dwarven red ale. Not
So-
kidding.
I think Rylal being
Okay.
drunk would have walked. Yeah, definitely would have walked in there just because
Well,
he's drunk.
Yeah.
you guys
Oh,
have
yeah,
the night
for sure.
to do whatever you would like. You tell me what you would like to do. Who would you like to talk to? Talk amongst each other. So whatever you would like.
Drunkenly, Rylal is over there swinging his axe, trying to break shit because Everett said you're not strong enough to beat
Oh.
so and so, right?
It's about 3
Ah.
a.m. at this moment.
Said it was
You
gonna
pissed him
hurt.
off.
I said it was gonna hurt.
Good job.
So now he is
Rylal-
drunkenly swinging his axe around, trying
You
to.
haven't raged though, yeah?
No, no rage.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. So that's the thing. You're maintaining your drunkenness because you haven't raged to kind of wash it all away.
Don't need my blades
So.
to cut a motherfucker.
So is Rylal is like drunkenly like attacking books and things?
I would not be trying to break stuff, but
Right. You're still you're going through things.
Rylal, watch the books.
Oh, Dom's coming.
Rage Tooth Dom actually does make his way back to the tower. You know, I had some water out by the creek. Really cleared my mind. You should probably try drinking some water, Rylal. I still plan to head to Yardoon and to find that woman and to make her fall in love with me and turn her to the light.
I
What I'm saying is we can have our goals, Rylal. We can be angry about them and wish for vengeance. But we can't be throwing our axes around in this enclosed space around our allies.
have you seen me angry? It's kind of just like swaying a little bit.
I mean, yeah, I watched you fight that hag. You got quite angry. It's how I knew you were a barbarian.
I don't need anger tonight. I need
More drink.
He just kind of passes
Kind of
out.
like Dom kind of like pokes you in the forehead to see, and he just kind of falls unconscious. Well, that's good.
Problem solved.
It seems like we're being evicted, huh? That sucks.
No, he did not say that he was going to evict you.
Oh no, I was overhearing him and the other little one talking. It seems like Mr. Armaridian doesn't want us here anymore. But that's okay. It seems like Ludius says that you're heading to the Delve eventually.
We are.
So, yeah, we were actually speaking with Toby a little bit, and it seems like Toby wants to stay here a little while to help his grandfather, but then we were gonna stick around with him and head to Duskendale to wait for you guys to spin around. You said that you guys are heading further around the mountains, but in a month or two you might end up in Duskendale, and we could go with you. So that'd be cool. Ludius didn't really want to ask. He's going through some things right now, apparently. Ludius, you've noticed, has kind of wandered away to somewhere else.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that has to do with his father.
Yeah, his dad was an asshole. It was pretty cool that he teleported him to his own asshole. He actually helped me kill my father the same night that he killed his. They were both pieces of shit, so... They beat the dog shit out of us constantly. They blamed us for our mothers passing away. It was kind of unfair. But...
Babes should not be blamed for actions that they cannot control.
Oh yeah, I don't think so. I can vibe with that.
I think the quote Armaridian was trying to think of earlier is the sin should not be passed on. The
Correct.
sins of the father should not be passed on to
That's a
their
good
sons.
one. I like that. So, Mrs. Jophiel, did you actually know that elegant woman that I saw whenever you were in Yardoon?
What elegant woman?
The one riding the giant bird-like creature that tried to kill you?
Yeah. That's
Can you tell me her name?
Seraph.
Why exactly do you want her
His
name?
eyes go like real wide. That is the most beautiful thing that I've ever heard in my life.
She destroyed Toby's tavern.
She also attempted to kill us multiple times.
She's murdered many people.
Half of your doom.
And she has cursed that beautiful bird creature that you say.
I'm in love with a monster.
I'm not sure that it's love so much as lust.
No. You might be right.
Do
Don't
not-
confuse the two.
Do not get too attached, Dom. I believe we will be killing her soon.
I would like to be there.
Would you like to kill her?
If she will not turn to the path of the light, then her head should roll.
I highly
she
doubt
could
that
be.
she will.
You never know. And he's like choking on his words.
And on that note, I think I'm going to go find Armaridian. I have a few questions for him.
Well, it's at least noble of you to
Hope.
offer your enemies a chance at redemption.
You're some of the best friends that I've ever had, and I've only known you mere hours.
Oh.
I would make sure that I would kill her if she would try to harm you. All I ask is for the chance to bring her to the light. He kind of like lays down with his hands behind his head next to Rylal.
I thought you were going to say he was going to spoon Rylal.
No, he just lays next to him. No, it would be funny.
Like 3 sizes difference,
Listen,
though.
Yeah.
I made a
Have you
path of the
noticed?
dominatrix barbarian. He's not gonna. He doesn't do things. He's not gross. He knows boundaries.
Yeah.
You
Damn it.
find a goblin thrown to the wall if he woke up like that.
I mean, you'd really just have
You
to
wake
roll
up
over.
and he's like rubbing around your belly button. Like, hey, buddy. Anyway,
Oh,
that's
no.
not happening. So he just lays down and kind of like soothes himself to sleep,
I need a
like
shot for that.
trying out the different names of Seraph, like different pronunciations. Like he just keeps saying it to himself.
Oh, no.
Poor little deluded goblin.
But yeah, Ludius has kind of gone off somewhere else. But you go searching for the mannequin.
Yes.
Then you would be the one. So Toby kind of comes out. Looks like he's a little red-faced. Oh, hey.
Are you all right, Toby?
Nope. But it's fine.
Would you like to talk about it?
Not really.
Okay.
Well,
Well, the
I'm-
offer is open if you ever need to.
I know, and thanks. And he kind of, I'm gonna stick around here for a little while. I know that you guys are heading around the mountain. Whenever grandfather is situated, I'm gonna head back to the Dale, and I'll meet you there. Because I don't want to be here any longer than I have to, but he is old and stuff, and he's made out of steel now.
He's also immortal.
Yeah, I don't really care about that. I kind of wish that he wasn't, to be honest. But he is family.
Yeah.
But he wants me to stay and like learn the ways of the whatever he is, and I'm just not interested. I'd rather see the world with you guys. But I'm gonna make sure that he has everything that he needs and help him out a little bit. But I'll come around after. So, just want to let you know I'm going to bed, and he just kind of like skulks off.
If you ever need anything, Toby, write me a letter.
I know. All right. He goes up to the observatory too. Sees like Dom and Rylal passed out, and he just kind of like is the third one in line. Just kind of just falls next to him.
It's like that spell that got us fucking trapped on the boat.
But Armaridian is within the kind of side chamber where he was talking to Toby, and one of the several bed chambers.
Master Wizard Armaridian.
That is quite the title. It's not needed, but sure. Come in, Mrs. Xyrra. What can I help you with?
Can you tell me more about this codex that I have attuned to and what all of its effects are?
Well, to be honest, I didn't think that anyone would ever have been able to attune to it. The effects are, well, spontaneous. Even I don't know them all. Though I wrote the book, it was done with runes of an elder age. The fact that you could full-on attune to it and keep the powers therein, even though I have returned, is quite mind-boggling. I think that the more powerful that you grow, the more that you will awaken that of which aided me in the path I went down to make the codexes in the first place. So, yeah.
So other than knowing all languages, you have nothing to reveal to me.
Well, you can read and write all languages.
And speak, yes.
And speak. You can read any arcane scrolls. I think that if you were to start meeting a few warlocks along the trail, you could probably learn a bit more. So there was only one other in my entire lifespan that could actually read my codexes. Because like I said, even I couldn't read most of them. They were given to me by someone. Anyway, and that was Elmadan, which kind of makes sense because his magic differs from mine.
Elmadan is an interesting character.
Master Warlock, Master Wizard. Like I said, I wrote the codex, but the book itself was given to me. There was already words there, or runes, more so. What I did to it was write my entire history of arcane knowledge and spells within the books. And I copied them over and over again, and I kind of attuned myself to them to where if I was to perish, that my soul would find one of the codexes. Many of them were destroyed over a lifetime. The pages themselves are actually made out of the skin of ancient creatures.
Well, it seems that my skin has now become the pages, and I would hold out my arms.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can see them or not.
No, I can see it. Those are pretty cool tattoos. Yeah, it's kind of a long-forgotten tradition within the world. People used to draw on themselves all the time. That of which aided me in the recollection of writing these codexes so long ago was really into that kind of art. On one's skin as opposed to canvas.
Yes.
So.
Well, if there is anything else of note that you can think of that you think I should be aware of, please send me a letter.
That I can. And if you find any more of my codexes, let me know.
I've already found one, but that's...
Well, that's good. I don't need it. If you're taking it with you, that's fine. If I'm to perish here, then perhaps I'll pop back in unceremoniously.
Good to know.
But if you find the other 6, I would love to hear about it, actually. So
I will let you know if I
really
come
need
across
to put
the
locks
others.
on my doors, apparently. But that's fine. No big deal.
You are talking to someone who is known to...
Oh, I know.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't expect anything to be left tied down whenever I returned. Plus, a goblin that can touch things and make them go wherever he wants.
It is rather
Also,
useful that he brought most of your laboratory from Yardoon here, though.
I do plan on utilizing all of it. And that is actually another thing. The teleportation circle. If you were to take Ludius with you or to rejoin him in the future, there is great possibility that I can enlighten him further on his trade.
You should.
Right now, he can only touch something and designate a teleportation area. The truth is, if he was to understand arcane runes, he could utilize teleportation circles at a whim, wherever he's at, scattered throughout the world. And I've left hundreds across this world in my time, so...
He would probably find that knowledge to be rather helpful and useful, so I suggest that you share it with him.
My idea is that he sticks around with Toby for the time being. I did overhear what he said to you in the hallway, and that's fine. But I will keep Ludius here, too, if he wishes it, and I will expand his knowledge on his curse. So.
Speaking of Toby,
Mhm.
what did you say to him that upset him so?
It was more so about his father than anything. How I hated his father, because he was a ripe asshole. Toby really didn't remember him too much. He misconstrued me with his father quite often, because I don't think he wants to remember it. His father was gone a lot.
He did say that his father died when he was rather young.
He's misremembering quite a few things, but that's okay. Repressed memories or something. So, but it was just family stuff. That's all.
Well, as long as you are not intending to harm him.
No. He's blood and all that.
Based on your letter that you left over the teleportation circle, it seems that you care for him quite deeply.
Yeah. Well, we're the only two good hearts left. So,
Yes.
I would prefer that we live on. I preferred that he would learn the ways of my path so that he could live on forever, but I can understand that's not fun either.
Give him time.
I will. And plenty of wheat fields, apparently.
Yes.
I was actually the one that taught him how to make that bread. So,
He does love making bread.
he was talking about imitation cheese in Duskendale. I can't believe that the world is turning to this.
Listen, he was very hard for Rylal to throw across a passing at one point, and he said it was because he ate 2 pounds of the imitation cheese, and honestly, I'm not sure why he would do such a thing, but...
I would describe Toby these days as thick.
With a double C.
He has put on the pounds specifically in the thighs area. So
Well-
it's all going to the gluteus.
Can't contain.
So,
I would not say that to him, but
oh, I won't. I thought he was just trying to attract a mate. But
he has not shown any interest in a
better.
partner as far as I have seen, but
Yeah, he should hang out with Mr. Ragetooth some more often, I think.
I am not sure that anyone should hang out with Mr. Ragetooth more often.
It's probably...
He keeps talking of whips and chains and...
Oh, you should see my bedroom. He left lots of things in there. I think he
Oh.
claimed it for himself.
I'm aware.
Yeah, the walls are red. There's chains dangling everywhere.
I didn't know
Flowers.
that was
It smells of lavender, too. It's kind of nice and for a time. Anyway, then the windows are open and the wind rattles things. It's creepy. Anywho, I'm just a mannequin these days, so it doesn't matter.
Well, I will leave you to it. I am going to head off to bed now.
So, you head off. Elkarth does pull you aside, Jophiel, before you go and meditate for the evening. Kevin kind of like gone around, talked to individuals and things. I think it would be best for now if I was to stay here, especially with it seeming as Toby and the goblins are to rendezvous with you, us, in Duskendale. If they're going to traverse the trail back in that direction, I could aid them. Being one of the Zealous Order, I can get them back relatively quickly. I will learn what I can from Armaridian, as he seems a bit scatterbrained now. Anything that can help us with Sir Everett. But I think the path before you in seeking out your brother is your own.
You do not wish to continue monitoring Sir Everett.
If I was to be truthful, I think that it would be a good idea if you were to leave his heart behind. Because if it was to be destroyed in your travels, then reclaiming him in any way would be impossible. But if you don't trust me in that, then take it with you. But I promise you, I'm here and now with Armaridian trying to find a way to save his life.
Jophiel sits there and thinks for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Before we split part ways, I will think on this and perhaps commune with my powers, with my father's and my mother's powers, and I will give you an answer.
He nods. He seems very sincere in all this, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
So, but yeah, Elkarth will bid you a night. Everyone, I think you've already hit the long rest button because you've leveled up, but if you need to, of course do so, but we will move on to the morning.
Early in the morning, I'm going to do that thing I just spoke of. I'm going to ritual cast. Augury.
Yeah.
My question is, what would be the safest option, or is it safe to keep Everett's heart close to me or with Elkarth? I'm going to ask that question and probably end up using the different things I have, my prayer beads, my feather token on my staff, just different small things to kind of tell me what.
What is your immediate path after leaving Armaridian's tower? Where are you headed? Tell me that and I'll give you your answer.
I assume the
Twilight Citadel.
yeah, the Twilight Citadel.
With that in mind, then the answer you would get back is that the heart would be the safest with Elkarth, as opposed to you. But that's also an illuminating factor of your path yet traveled. But the choice is yours.
I don't want to give it up. What if someone captures Elkarth and then I don't have the heart? And then I've
I
failed.
keep kicking you. I apologize, by the
I've
way.
failed my fellow fighter.
Is it your bag?
You look outside.
It's my bag, it's fine.
Fucking Everett's running up and down the street, fucking full tilt. Not a bead of sweat on him. Fucking. Yeah, I can get so much more work in.
Here's another key point, too. Dawnkeeper, you're kind of been listening to everything going on. It seems like a lot of the NPCs are staying behind. You probably need to speak with someone.
Yeah,
She seems very gung-ho to continue on. But I would say, just something for you. It does seem like the path ahead is very treacherous. Potentially. So, as you and Rebecca are having pancakes and blueberries this morning, she's been packing the wagon all night. One of them, yours, because Toby's is staying behind. But she's under the influence. She's going. You gonna allow her to stay in that way, or are you gonna? Up to you. What are you guys talking about?
So,
Rebecca would not take that.
are you 100% sure you want to come with us?
Well, yeah, of course. Don't know why I wouldn't.
I just don't know what we're gonna find when we go over there. Is all.
I don't be knowing
Jophiel-
either.
Jophiel's siblings haven't been the most
Welcoming.
welcoming people.
I mean, you've lived this long. Don't know why I wouldn't. That's not a slight to you. It's just, you know. That was a good. That was a good pop.
Sorry.
Oh, man.
Sorry, I felt it. Had to go with it.
What I'm saying is that you've stayed along this time and hated your allies. I can help in that. At this point, I don't be thinking that I want to return to where I came from. I think I'd like to continue on with you.
Okay.
What did you just do?
Poured the wine at the slowest amount that she possibly could.
There's no wine in that glass. What are you talking about?
That's the problem.
She poured that much.
Why is the wine gone?
This thing
Why is it gone?
slowed it down so much that it was
Where's the rum going?
Where's the rum
You
gone?
want to try again?
Like what?
I literally thought she just poured it all over the fucking table.
Oh my god.
So slow.
There's a lot of wine still left in that bottle.
Yeah,
too.
there is. It's over. It was over half full.
It's that's supposed to aerate the wine as it pours.
It is doing its job.
It is. That's hilarious.
Anyway, back to Rebecca and Dawnkeeper. Sorry, sir. You got some wine drunk individuals this morning at breakfast. Xyrra and Jophiel are they're still drinking. They didn't sleep last night. They just drunk a whole barrel of Dwarven Red. Rylal woke up in it. Anyway, continue, sorry.
You woke
I
up
didn't
in
realize
the
we're having
barrel.
brunch this morning.
Cheers, Alex.
Cheers, cheers.
I go pick blueberries, and everyone thinks we're having, mimosas and stuff.
Cheers.
Rylal's still hungover.
Oh, my fucking head.
Yeah, just ignore them, you two. They've learned some pretty hard truths, I think.
I do be knowing that it does seem that the others are going to rendezvous with us on the other side of the mountains. If you're asking me not to go, then I will aid in making sure they make it back to the Dale. But to be honest, I'd rather go with you. But I will leave the choice up to you. This is
You
one of those
see?
moments where you either tell me to do one thing or the other. She
know.
smiles when she says that.
Yeah. And you see him, being forced. It's like, fuck, I have to make a decision. I just don't know what
I feel like
decision.
Everett's like she's facing Dawnkeeper, but Everett's behind her. Like, Everett, are you trying to give him any kind of keys right now? Like, just of what to do?
As she turns around, it's
Rylal groggily stands up next to Everett and makes it very obvious.
It is 100% up to you, Mr. Dawnkeeper.
I just don't want anything to happen to you. Because I thought I lost you once before.
If it would make you feel better, then I will make sure that all of our other friends make it back to the Dale when you come around. But you're just heading to Mrs. Jophiel's brother's house. That can't be that treacherous.
You haven't met her family.
I would look at Jophiel and say, I expected her to be a bit more feisty than that.
I would say that the girls in the party do notice that she's kind of clenched one of her fists, but does seem to be being very nice. She does seem like she wants to go, but she's willing to kind of
Concede.
concede. So,
Interesting.
so throughout the rest of breakfast, plans are beginning to be made to where the NPCs of the party are going to make their way back across the Fortin Hills to Duskendale within the next month or two to rendezvous with you. So at this point, you guys can take whatever rest of your downtime you want with the NPCs here to make your plan, and to head off when you wish. Talk to whoever you want. Set everything up. Go ahead, Mr. Dawnkeeper.
So last session we had put the coin inside the hilt of Rylal's axe.
Yes.
And then my armor.
Yes.
Could we do that in this downtime and just get it done with?
Yeah. Why not? Yeah, we could do that. You guys can actually
Word.
take as much time here as you wish. So that wouldn't be a problem. I would say that a part of that downtime also would be your new equipment item.
Yep.
Yeah, at least. I tell you what, let's leave it up to the dice. Who wants to roll for me a dice 6? Who hasn't rolled tonight? Show of hands. Jophiel's rolled.
Oh.
She's rolled.
Yeah.
Who hasn't? Dawnkeeper, you the only one that hasn't rolled?
He rolled.
I've
rolled?
I've rolled insights in
Okay.
loot rolls.
I tell you what, I'll leave it up to chance. How about that? Let's see who gets to roll. Jophiel, roll for me a dice 6. This is going to determine how many weeks of downtime. So roll your dice and add 2.
4.
So you guys spend the equivalent of about 4 weeks.
And it's 10 weeks.
A 10 day. So about
Yeah.
40 days. Yeah. You guys spend a good time at the tower, kind of just enjoying each other's company.
So a lot of this conversation, like
Happened over the
Rebecca
downtime. Yeah.
And
Oh,
I gotcha.
Yeah.
To be fair, I don't think anyone's really looking forward to what we have to do next.
You don't, yeah, it's one of those things during the downtime. I think each of you are thinking about how are you going to tackle the challenges ahead. You have to head to the Twilight Citadel, which that's for Jophiel to try and find the rest of her memory, to find her brother who holds the secrets of where the rest of the 13 are and how to unlock them, and all that, and then getting Armaridian situated, probably a lot of days and days of like carrying his equipment back
I was going
up
to say we're going to do a lot of that.
to his observatory to maybe use that. You keep in mind, he did say that he programmed it or made it, enchanted it to be akin to void magic, which is something that hasn't really been talked about within this campaign. There is the veil touched, and then there is the void touched. We haven't really went down that path, and even Armaridian doesn't really understand it. He was just doing it to kind of combat Ithrin. But yeah, in that downtime, you guys would essentially have leveled up and prepared for the way.
I know we kind of talked about a plan, but there is a monkey wrench in that. If your memories could potentially unlock a new path with the information found out.
Mm-hmm.
You were just as old as and I don't mean that in a I'm not good at
I
apologies. I'll
step
stop.
away slowly from Everett.
You hold lots of information.
Yes.
Cool. We can agree on that.
Roll for me a die 4, Jophiel. This is important. Good for you for provoking this. You've gotten a great deal of your memories back, right? Now, what'd you roll?
3.
So, if you are to successfully make it to the Citadel and to find your brother, you will be able to ask any 3 questions that you want and gain that knowledge for yourself and the party.
Pretty deep.
If you make it to the Citadel,
Yeah.
that will be what will encompass the rest of your memory that you'll be able to get. You'll be able to get there and ask 3 questions. Whatever you want, the DM will tell you the truth.
All right, got one.
Oh, nice. I love it. So, I mean, I think this is really much you like seeing that you are yourself, but you're a new person. You're not the heiress that you were. You are reforging yourself, and those 3 questions can kind of solidify the new Jophiel of this era. And yeah, it's your personal quest. It's literally on Legend Keeper. Like, that's your personal quest to like solidify. So, very cool. But I'll hand over to you guys. Talk about what you want to do, but also discuss like, yeah, the wrench and all that, and everything going on. I gotta pee.
So, we're assuming this is going to be quite dangerous. Dangerous enough that we're sending all of our friends off.
A big giant bird just tried to kill us in a tower. We've been in
that's-
danger
yeah,
quite a bit.
And we can't trust anybody.
We do kind of.
We really can't.
We have also defeated a minor god beast.
Fuck that bitch.
I'm not saying that we shouldn't be confident a little bit. I mean, we're not a city guard waving a dagger about, but how exactly potentially dangerous could this trek be, Jophiel?
Well, what if he...
I mean, it's my brother. He's friendly,
What's
but I've kicked his ass many times before. I shall do so again. I do have those memories.
We started off on this journey to go there anyway, so we just kind of got a little sidetracked for a while.
Well, that's the thing. It almost seems like there's a hesitation.
From where?
Well, it's been 40 days. Here.
That is a good point. That like Everett's pointing out the fact that there's been a hesitancy to move on, just based on the random roll. So, yeah.
I needed to get stuff built.
Yeah.
We needed to get Armaridian set up here.
Yeah.
My
no,
girlfriend was mad at me because I made her go back with our friends, so I wanted to
What Dawnkeeper has
ease
just
that
done
over a little bit.
has volunteered himself as the reason
Yeah.
that you guys have been held up here. Good for you. Take an inspiration dice, Mr. Dawnkeeper. For roleplay purposes, Everett's
Yeah.
like, hey, we've been stuck here a while and we
Yeah.
haven't moved on. Now you guys physically, roll for roleplay purposes, have someone that you can blame within your minds. So I'll give you an inspiration dice for that. That's good for you, buddy.
Damn you, weak of fingers.
Dainty.
Listen, okay.
Bro, I'm making you a t-shirt. Week of fingers.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
Okay, listen.
He does have 10.
Oh, I guess I have
I
9.
know our allies mean a lot to us as a group. She's a little bit different. And I know you guys can see why.
Who, Rebecca?
Yes.
I mean, I
The
know.
the noble descent that she carries around with her, yes.
More about my feelings towards her.
Those are very obvious. We heard you.
That's why he doesn't want to take her along. Is what
She
he's
doesn't have to
saying.
come along.
She wanted to come
But
along.
she wants to come along is the issue.
Sounds like she left the choice in your hands, and you made the choice.
I feel as though the best course of action would be to let her decide her own fate, but that is not what she chose.
She chose to give her fate.
To the one who loves her. Yes.
Exactly. Though I don't understand the concept of love as well as you guys do, I think that choice should be allowed to be made.
To be fair,
I
I
mean,
don't think
to be-
we understand
one
it
knows.
either. It's,
No, I am winging it as I go.
Yeah. Well,
I have never known love, so I don't know. I don't know the feeling at all. So you keep winging it
It's-
because you're doing a good job as far as I'm concerned.
It's basically the opposite of like when you get angry and rage. That's the best way to describe it.
Oh.
I thought it was when
Oh.
you accomplished a challenging task and you were praised for it.
See, that's
That
what I
is-
thought too.
That is not love.
Yeah. Yeah. It turns out it's not.
Oh. Shit.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. That was also sarcasm.
So, you know those things that you know about yourself that you never tell anybody under any circumstance? Love is when you can tell that to one person and that's it.
Ray
And-
Sooth
and-
Dom is actually looking at you to see if you've understood.
I
what
actually
Dawnkeeper's trying
kind of
to tell
wander
you.
off and think about it.
As you wander off.
I need time to ponder this.
And you're pondering. Dom kind of like walks up to you. He's like, yeah. You know, love to me is like a wild storm that roars across the plains. It's fierce and untamed. Force that sweeps you off your feet and fills your heart with fire. It's the thrill of battle, the rush of adrenaline when you know you're fighting for something worth more than life itself. And he like looks to see if you're vibing with him or not.
He's not.
Kind of just not along.
Love's
He's
really-
not wrong.
It's an unbreakable bond between warriors. Standing shoulder to shoulder, knowing you would die for each other without a second thought. It's kind of like what love is. He smacks you on the ass and he walks away.
Fuck yeah.
I would turn and look at him, and he would see my eyes flare red. And then just kind of let him go and just kind of look off. Are we near the ocean? right?
Yeah, you guys are actually overseeing the endless.
Yeah.
I would be looking
See,
out.
yeah.
I would just kind of be staring off in the ocean, off in thought.
Yeah.
Well, the fact that you didn't
Very
murder
cool.
him is improvement.
Actually, what is the? Go ahead. Sorry, don't mind me.
So,
Yeah, the endless expanse.
endless expanse.
Has Elkarth left already?
Elkarth is still here.
Oh, okay.
They haven't left yet. They're waiting for
Okay.
you to leave, and they're gonna wait 1 to 2 months to head toward the Dale.
Okay.
You guys have a lot, many miles ahead of you to come all the way around.
Yeah.
And I'm also taking into account the fact that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quest markers on the map along that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed.
Probably like maybe 2 or 3 months.
Gonna be
So
on it.
yeah, you guys are on. My players have not went further than a 100-mile radius of the immediate area. There's a lot of campaign left. It's okay. Let's go.
I think the furthest traveled was me and Alex.
Yeah.
Pre.
Yeah, and that was not
Pre-campaign.
in campaign.
Yeah.
The furthest you've traveled in campaign is to Yardoon and back last session, but that doesn't count.
That was teleportation.
So that was
From the endless
teleportation.
staircase.
Poke.
That too.
Ah, yeah, I
Again,
guess you've been
outside of
far.
campaign.
Yeah.
So
Same for me.
Yep,
from
same.
Valentius.
Oh,
Yep.
Yeah.
Just,
Yep, so-
north of us.
You know, it's endless staircase.
yeah, you guys
Boy,
are
you tired. No wonder you're so big.
you guys are setting
Walking
up
your ass
to
off.
heading
Big
into the lands that not many travel to go toward the Twilight Citadel. So yeah, you guys do your thing, and you let me know when you want to head on. Talk to amongst each other and whoever else you want. So Dom's done trying to tell you what love is.
Jophiel, I do remember that you were rather anxious to get to your brother. Should we leave soon?
I'd like to leave soon, but if you guys wish to stay longer, then that is your wishes.
I have no reason to stay.
They're running low on Dwarven Red over the past 4 weeks.
Oh, yeah.
You and Rylal
She's just
have
been
drunk
packing
so
it, yep.
much. But I would say that they made sure to load up your forge wagon, Mr. Dawnkeeper, with a couple barrels of it. So Armaridian made sure.
And no one's blowing
Good.
it up.
So put in your inventory
You don't know
4
that.
barrels of Dwarven Red. This might be the last 4 barrels that there are of this. So
No!
Better save it.
Dwarven Red.
this is a barrel. How many glasses can you get out of like a barrel?
Mid
Let's say.
quest.
Well, here, I
Jophiel's
have-
gonna take off
yeah.
and go see the dwarves.
I mean, the dwarves was a side quest. So
They're north, all right? Or is there some south ones?
No, north. North of the
Let's see.
map, up towards.
How many glasses of ale
Frost.
could you get out of a barrel of ale in medieval
Frost.
Frost, and you kind of
times?
swerve around.
Oh my god, 1 barrel is 36 gallons,
Holy shit.
288 pints per barrel.
Yeah.
So like, what's
1,000,
let's,
over a
let's
1,000.
just we'll just call it 1,000. Like, we'll call it an
Pints.
even 1,000 pints
A
ish.
pint of moonshine is.
She
lot.
drinks
Quite
it
a
by the
bit.
pint. Let's be honest. So
Yeah.
you have, I mean, how long could that last?
3
A
year.
year.
I mean, it depends.
If I drink once a day.
Hold on, I'm actually curious.
If I drink a pint a day. Just me, though. If
Yeah.
Rylal and I do it, it'll be a year and a half.
That's still pretty good.
Just 1 pint, though. Like, we might, take a
Yeah,
couple
yeah,
nights and
yeah.
drink
I
more.
guess the question would be, how much does it take Rylal to get drunk? Is it 1 pint?
Yes, for the Dwarven Red, yeah.
Wow, it could last you like. Okay, so for fun of this, because if you do the math, I just typed it into a calculator. It could technically, based on my days in a year, last you about 3.5 years.
Nice.
Oh, enough
For-
to last till the world burns.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the thing is, you're not drinking it quite by the pint because it's harder than that. So if you divide it in half and then double it, yeah, it could last you two the entirety of the campaign.
As long as we don't blow it up.
Potential if the campaign ends in 3 years based on the timeline of crazy
Yeah.
events, right? We don't know. But yeah, so by the
That was a bad
time,
idea. It worked. Was a bad
as
idea.
long
Yeah.
as you stay around Dawnkeeper's forge wagon that has the last 4 barrels that you'll ever see of Dwarven Red, it'll last you up until the deadline of Aelin's coming. So
And once
There
he
you go.
comes, we'll just drink the rest of it.
Yep.
Party on.
Yep. They'll be like the night of. Finish
Although
it.
she will be safe regardless.
Everyone. Yeah.
finish it. Yeah.
Yeah. I will be safe. I am
Yeah.
daddy's girl. I will be safe.
You might be the only one.
You just
Yeah.
have to watch all your friends burn.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
We'll see.
Uh,
I can't wait for the day where Aelin and Jophiel get to RP with each other.
Oh yeah, I'm
actually
excited
looking
about that
forward
too.
to it.
Speaking of a pee break, be right back.
Go right ahead. Go right ahead. If anyone else needs to, before we are we planning on moving on from here?
I need to talk to Everett briefly and
need to talk to
Elkarth
Rylal.
briefly.
Okay. Well, if you need to go pee or anything, you can do that now. Or are you good?
I gotta go.
He's going.
Oh,
So
I'm
you-
fine right now.
Then who of my characters would you like to talk to as they go take a break?
It'll be Elkarth.
Well, let's talk to Elkarth.
I need to talk to Everett first.
Oh, you
Actually,
need-
I can talk to Elkarth first. It'll be okay.
Okay. This is actually a big deal, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is. I can already tell.
You don't like Elkarth, do you?
No, it's not that by any means. No, Jophiel doesn't mind Elkarth, but
She doesn't trust him.
no, it's
It's okay.
so.
I have a lot of NPCs.
The way I designed Jophiel is there's certain people that she fully trusts, and there's others that not
Who
that
does
she doesn't.
Jophiel actually fully trust, though?
The party. That's it.
That's it. Yeah.
You do actually trust all of us?
Yeah, wholeheartedly. She has created
trust
bonds
Cedric?
with everyone. Yep.
Really? Okay, that's interesting.
Although
for
I
for
feel
what I'm
like-
doing with him outside of the game, that's actually interesting. And you trust like Dawnkeeper too, and Everett being like the most outside of the
Yeah.
box.
No, she trusts everyone. I designed my character to be
These
that
two
way.
make sense. Like Rylal and Xyrra make a lot of sense. But I'm actually that's actually a lot of knowledge knowing
It's-
that you trust Everett and
It's
Dawnkeeper. as
when
much.
she got out of the prison, it's kind of like you know how dogs
they
imprint
were
on
there.
people.
Yeah,
She
they
imprinted on the
were
very
there.
first people that she met, essentially, in a way. That's kind of how I designed her. So, but anyway, so she goes up to Elkarth, holding Everett's still beating heart.
Does this mean that you'll allow it to stay here?
It means I am entrusting that you will not lose it, have it destroyed, or any way, shape, or harm in the meantime that you carry it.
He smiles. What I can tell you, Mrs. Jophiel, is I am an outcast even of my order. And I don't wholeheartedly believe all of their tenets either. I want to be the betterment of the realm for all of us. So I will keep it safe until we see each other again. And I will do my best to learn everything from Armaridian that I can to where we can perform open heart surgery on Everett and make it successful. I have no reason to destroy this heart in the meantime.
As I begin to give it to him, as he goes to grab it, I
He's
look
like-
at him. If this comes harmed, even if it's not by your hand, I will pull yours out and destroy it.
I will gladly, well, maybe use, if you pull my heart out, maybe give it to Everett in his stead, if it is. You understand what I'm trying to say? I will allow you to sacrifice myself for the sake of Everett if any harm was to come to his heart, yes. We can drink on it. There is no greater bond between me and another.
You do enjoy your drinks.
Yes, but I can handle my drink. He does look at you. Interestingly. You've drank so much in the past 4 weeks that we've been here. Are you okay?
Yes,
Is there anything
perfectly
that you
fine.
need to talk about?
No,
Good.
I just want my intentions clear with you.
I am mind-bogglingly confused as to how a young woman could drink so much. Well, that's
well,
good.
I don't feel like, as she like presses her hand to her chest,
You are the heiress of Twilight. I'm assuming it doesn't affect you. It just makes you happier.
it's the only thing that I can taste that can alter me in a way. Nothing else alters me. I do not feel cold or heat. I do not have a heart. It is odd.
In the past 4 weeks, I've seen you smile 37 times, which is 32 more than the entire time that I've known you, so that's pretty good. I will keep it safe. You have my word.
She finally gives it. They're holding the whole time they're talking about this. She finally hands it over, and she just
takes
stares
it.
at it as she like looks at you like, "Oh God."
He will keep it in plain sight until you leave, for your sake. But you want to talk to Everett before you guys go? Go right ahead. Oh, by the way, I gave your heart away.
So that was
I
like,
snuck up, but
Yeah.
I saw all that and kind of pop up behind you. Yeah, I wish you'd have done that a long time ago. You know how you've been taking it into battle.
I would keep it
my
safe.
heart.
I kept it safe, safer than none other would have.
What if a stray arrow hit it, or a rock even? That
It would have
couldn't be
hit my
good.
leg. It would have hit my chest. And instead, do not fear. I would not let any sort of harm come to it. The fact that I'm letting another even grace their hands upon it is troubling me to no end. I do not wish you to be ended quickly.
No long, painful end for you.
I love this.
Appreciate
so
it.
good.
I can't say that I've ever had anyone see so much worth in just me without there being a purpose behind it. So, thank you.
There's no purpose. I just love my allies, and I do not want anything to happen to them. And should something happen to them, I will rip apart those who have harmed them, regardless of who they may be.
And,
Elcar is like visibly sweating at this point.
and that's why we've all decided to follow you. You're a very staunch defender of those you care about.
Absolutely.
And it shines through more than any other personality trait. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
So, before we move on, throughout the rest of the session tonight, who writes a letter before they leave? Because the tower does technically have Almadan's ethereal couriers.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
this is just kind of me taking note of that. And during when we stop tonight's session and next week, you can give me whatever you want to write and to who. But I just want to take note of it. So, Rylal, who are you writing a letter to?
We have 2 letters.
Okay, 2 letters. Okay.
One's a Sable, one will be to.
So to
Lulu.
Sable. Okay, and your mother.
Yep.
Okay, so just when we exit tonight's session, during the week, you'll be able to tell me what you say. Who else is writing a letter?
Me.
There's everyone. It's Dawnkeeper. Let's start with you.
Okay, I got 2.
Okay.
One to my sister Alexi, and then
Okay.
one to
Alexi.
Lexani, my mother.
Okay. That's actually fun. I can't wait for you guys to get to Ophius for these reasons. Okay. And then who else is writing letters? This is just this is solidifying that. Like no take backsies.
Me.
Anybody else? Yeah, to your parents?
One to
And-
my parents.
Okay.
And one to the leader of the Velvet Cut.
Interesting. Okay. So to the Velvet Cut and to your parents. So we get to elaborate a little bit more on your parents and things within your
Yeah.
backstory. We'll do that this week as well. Anybody else?
Yep, I'm sending one.
Who do you... I'm
To
very curious.
Alcesta.
Okay. All right. So Everett. To Marin Alcast. That's fun. If any of you know who he is, that should really raise some eyebrows. Jophiel, anything? Do you want to write a letter?
Can I do ascending?
Yeah? Instead?
I have sending instead.
Okay.
Has
but to
immediate
who?
response.
Mm-hmm. To who?
My brother.
Hey, little bro, just stopping in.
Yeah, pretty much.
I would say that
My,
sending is like
Instantaneous.
instantaneous. Over the past 4 weeks, as you've been like, okay, we're going to head to the Twilight Citadel. Every time you try to use sending for your brother, you get no response.
Okay.
And it's just, you don't know if he's ignoring you or what, but it's very quiet. Nothing foreboding, you haven't gotten anything.
Okay.
But who else? Excuse me. So sorry.
So I had a couple ideas, but I'm kind of nixing them. The one I just thought of was the person in the prison with me.
Yeah, okay.
Darren, remember who that is?
The one that was...
I know, we're going right to the beginning session, the very
So-
first session.
But here's the thing.
That's kind of a conflict.
You're
of
talking
interest.
about not the warden, the one that was within proximity, like your cell and things?
Yeah.
The one that you talked to?
Yeah.
That was in your backstory?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I mean... Okay, so... How many did you... What was your die 4 roll earlier?
3.
Would you like to use one of those to realize who was with you in your cell?
Yeah.
And this is kind of an encapsulating thought of like who was with you and who was around you. This is like a big moment.
Okay.
Okay, so if you're like, if you're sitting down and you're like, I'm trying to use sending to commune with my brother, but he's not responding. And you're like, do I want to reach out to my father? My memory's coming back. And you think back on the Umbrella Ascent prison. Those that exited with you that day, one of their number was a childlike figure. Her visage you remember, but her name you didn't in the moment. You just communed with her because she was in there with you, right? Her name is Quinara. She's one of the 8 of the Knights of the Vale. And this is that moment where you realize that as you walked out to your allies, your new allies on that day,
Yeah.
on the crest of twilight, that all of the Knights of the Vale exited with you and walked past you because your memory was gone. You didn't remember them.
But they all look like regular people at the time.
That's
Each-
my great grandma.
Every Knight of the Vale, 2 through 8, minus Ithrin, came through Night River and exited with you. In this moment, as you have this big revelation, as you're sitting down and like trying to decide who you want to commune with, you realize that all of Ithrin's knights are already here, and they exited with you on the day that you were released. Other than that, there were the wardens, Vrook's wardens of the prison, but they don't have any impactful... Yeah. So Ithrin's minions are here, and everything kind of makes sense to you. How did Ithrin move so quickly in destroying some of my keys, like some of my brethren? How has he done things so swiftly? It makes sense. All of the Knights of the Vale are here,
And they're all following him.
and they are all under him.
Wait, does
But the one that shared your kind of prison with you, that was close to you, was Quinara. And Quinara is she is 8 of 8. She's the lowest rung. She depicts herself as a child, and she's quite psychotic, to say the least. She's of shadow, like that's kind of her
Yeah.
trademark. Yeah, but it's like it's one of those kind of like great big puzzle pieces that are kind of put there for you.
Didn't you say there was somebody like? So if that's the case, that means it was them that like coaxed you out, right? Because you were talking to someone on the inside.
In this moment, you're realizing that Quinara was playing the mouthpiece, which kind of solidifies the fact that a lot of this has been
Yeah.
convoluted, misleading BS since your release. I think also you have to keep in mind the fact that you, being one of the 13, though you are who you are, it solidifies that fact too. Ithrin asked you to join him.
Yeah.
They could have easily destroyed you, but they didn't. Giving credence to Ithrin's claims of, you join me, I'll end all of it.
Yeah.
And that kind of brings back all the memories of Ithrin's want for you.
Yep.
All the manipulation, anyway.
All the manipulation, yeah, but this is kind of your revelation. But if you want to talk about this amongst your party, you can as you travel, but in this moment, is there anyone you want to try and commune with?
Nope.
Okay. So you kind of have that revelation, and you're like, F that.
Yep.
You don't want to try and reach out to your father or anything? Saving that for the big 3-year reunion?
Probably.
The big family reunion?
I feel like whatever messages or whatever sending I send him, he's not going to reveal much, but hey, be on your best behavior or become queen or I'm going to kill it all and we'll start again. And I'm going to like, okay.
Aelin is one of my most interesting people that I've ever made, for sure, in the way that he acts. So I get that. All right, so we caught up on everyone then?
Yeah.
I got all your letters. We'll
Yes.
talk about them throughout the week, but we still have a good... We still have some session to play. Let's go.
Yeah.
All right. Are we setting out? Any goodbyes to any of the NPCs? I'm assuming that Mr.
Yeah.
Dawnkeeper, how do you and Rebecca say farewell for who knows how many months?
So, as I leave, I will pull off a little like signet ring that I like to keep around my neck.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm leaving this for you. I did something. When you miss me, put it up to your ear. You'll hear something.
She kind of smiles. Is it like when I hold up a shell to my ear when I'm near the ocean?
Yeah, like that.
She gives you a very warm embrace and hug. Then I will listen for the ocean. Whatever it entails. She gives each of you hugs, by the way, Rebecca.
Oh.
She does seem to give off that feel of, I wish that I was going with you. Not because I just want to go with you all, but because I think that she gives you that feeling of like, I can protect him.
Yeah.
He can't protect himself kind of thing is what you're getting.
I would whisper in
At least the
your
women
ear,
in the party. Go ahead.
It's an honor to know you, and I will do all I can to help him.
She nods.
As I give her a hug, understanding that she's worried about him, I'll tell her he will be under the utmost protection. I will bring him back to you alive and well.
I'll keep you to that word then.
Rylal feels
I-
uncomfortable.
She gives you a hug regardless. She doesn't really understand. It's not she doesn't understand boundaries. She doesn't care. So she does give you a
Rylal would
hug.
understand what's happening right now. That's the problem. That's why he feels uncomfortable.
I love it. I love that visage.
Don't worry, we'll toughen him up while he's gone too.
Okay. Any of the other NPCs or anything?
I would like to say goodbye to Toby.
Yeah, Toby's out here as well. Sorry that I've been so quiet and stuff. I've just been really brooding the whole time.
You've had things to unravel, and
Yep.
yep.
Family sucks. I cannot wait to get back with you guys after you deal with your own problems as I go through mine. But I'll, hey, it gives me time to go see the old stomping grounds. I'm going to head back to the Lindahl Trail, see where my tavern was, maybe plan for rebuilding in the future, and I'll meet you back in Duskendale, and I'll make sure that all these individuals make it there too.
Keep yourself safe, Toby.
I will.
I look
Make
at-
sure there's bread.
Oh, there's going to be
Make sure
so
there's
much bread. There's so much wheat here. I'm going to make all of you so fat when you return. It's going to be crazy.
Yes.
I look at Toby and go, "Family is complicated. Give it a chance."
Okay. All right. For you, I will. Okay.
I would also approach Rage Tooth
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
and kind of like hunker
Rylal
down.
like walks over to the side of the stone outcropping, Rage Tooth looking out to sea as the sun's cresting the horizon. He's got fresh scars on his back where he's beaten himself throughout the night,
Oh no.
beating out the devil. Go ahead, Rylal.
We're going to be gone for a couple of months. Remember what I mentioned as discipline. That discipline should be body and mind.
He nods his head.
Continue walking your path. Get stronger, and you will find your way. And if your goal is to turn that bitch to the light, then use that goal to empower yourself to get better, get stronger, and a little more under control.
He doesn't respond verbally. He kind of like, his muscles ripple and he begins to like well up with tears and he nods his head.
Kind of
Like-
just put a hand on the shoulder,
Yeah.
kind of give him a squeeze,
He weeps openly.
and walk away.
Just looking out at the sunrise, just weeping openly. I love Rage Tooth Dom. Good for him.
What's Ludius doing?
Ludius has been pretty jovial throughout all of this.
Oh, he's over his.
Yeah, I mean, he went through it that night, and he's been very helpful with all of you guys in whatever you've needed. I think that you would, Everett, and maybe others would understand that he's trying to act very normal and strong for Dom's sake, because
Yeah.
Dom's going through some things. But yeah, you want to talk to
Yeah,
Ludius
yeah.
before you go? Go ahead.
Well, I kind of misjudged you.
Oh. Why's that?
Well, I was basically bred to hunt your kind, essentially.
Oh yeah. I honestly figured that I would have been killed by at least two of yous whenever we met.
Yeah.
So, but it is what it is. It's kind of like a roll of the dice, as they say.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess so. But
I'm glad you didn't kill me.
I'm glad I didn't either.
Yeah, that's cool, huh? We can be like friends and stuff.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, we could.
Nice. Didn't have really a lot of friends where I come from. Not a lot of goblins out there. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I didn't have a lot of friends either. So
We're like two peas in a
Yeah.
pod or whatever, as they
Yeah.
say.
dads are both dicks.
Well, I killed my dad. Did you
yeah.
kill yours?
Yeah, we all know.
It really helps a little bit.
Oh
If
yeah.
your dad's really an asshole, you just like teleport him into his asshole, and then it makes everything a lot better.
I used to not be able to do that, but
I've seen your eyes change this stuff. Maybe
Yeah,
you can use that magic that Armaridian's doing. You could teleport your dad in his asshole,
Yeah.
and maybe you'll feel better.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, yeah, my dad's still a god apparently, but hey,
Hey,
maybe.
you could try it.
or something.
Or I'll teleport him to his asshole for you. So that's what friends
Yeah.
are for, right?
yeah, I don't really hold any. I ain't worried about him. That's basically what I wanted
No,
to tell you. Is dads suck, and
Dads do so, and it's really cool to
It's
meet
okay.
people that didn't want to kill us like outright. And I look forward to seeing y'all's in the future. And I Mrs. Jophiel, I hope that you find your brothers or whatever. That's cool. So, cause family is like, when they don't beat you and all, they're pretty interesting. They're nice people and all. So, did your brother ever beat you up? Cause I'll teleport him into his own asshole too if you want.
No, I beat him up.
Oh.
You
Well,
going
you
to
know-
teleport me into my own asshole?
No, I'm not like Dom. I don't tickle girls or nothing. So I respect boundaries. So I just kill dudes. I don't really kill women's. I have code of ethics.
yep.
So
Every warrior has a code.
It's the chivalry thing, right? Like
Yeah,
that's
chivalry.
what-
Is that what they call it?
Yeah.
That is what they
Yeah,
call
I
it.
don't know
A
what
lot
that
of males
means, but
follow that
sure.
for some reason.
Yeah. I guess that's me.
What is
Yeah.
chivalry?
Oh,
I don't know what chivalry is either, but Dom talks about it.
When a male opens a door for a female, it says, "Go first,"
Oh.
it
Oh.
is just
or
a
takes like their
courtesy.
cloak off and place it upon water so that the woman can walk across it.
Wow, that's cool.
Your culture seems like the females are the dominant ones. It seems like you guys would.
It'd be the reverse chivalry. No, I guess not.
I don't know. I'm
No.
confused by it.
I could not
That's
count
right.
the number of times daggers that entered my body from the female. So yes, you're correct.
Yeah.
It was
Okay.
not a male dominated society. I think Rage Tooth would have enjoyed it actually.
Actually,
Rachel was like
Maybe
crying
you
on the
should-
mountainside, like,
Maybe you should take him down there one day.
No.
he may never see light again. Actually,
He may enjoy that.
yeah.
People of his race were not treated well, and that's beyond what he does to himself.
Well, yeah, they don't catch a.
I don't think he wants. I don't
anywhere.
think he wants his
Yes.
throat slit,
Yeah.
or for them to take command of his body and
Hey, if I fucking
Yeah.
nudge you fucking hard in the ribs, they're still here.
sorry,
Oh,
They can.
Sorry.
Hear you. They can hear you.
I'm not trying to be mean.
I know, yeah.
My people are not nice. I might be the nicest one. I don't know. I haven't killed you guys,
Wait a
so
second.
that's reassuring.
I need to speak to Mother.
Is it just is it just the general confusion is why you haven't killed us yet? Like there's still more
No.
questions you have for us.
Well,
As I said when we first met, Rylal is much more of a softie than he likes to let on at first. Don't huff at me. And apparently it's a trait that he gets from his father.
Oh, that would explain it. It's okay.
There's nothing wrong with being a softie, Rylal.
Well, there's nothing wrong with being something other than what people look at you. Be whatever you want to be.
Yes.
I'll have to figure that out because that was beaten out of me.
Not completely obviously.
Why do you think I'm always angry? It was
To
my-
protect yourself.
Now you're catching on.
well,
Let's move on.
Rylal is uncomfortable.
Rylal is starting to walk away.
Elkarth,
yes.
good luck to you. She flashes her
He doesn't
eyes,
laugh. He
that
doesn't laugh. I'm
divine.
sorry, I'm laughing because it's fun.
She flashes her eyes, that divine light that you said I could do.
Yeah,
She does that.
that radiance.
Yeah. As she, like, very briefly at him, looks down at the heart, and then that back at him. And then she nods.
When I see Everett laughing, I would look at him and say, I'm glad that she cares for us as much as she does. She's a bit terrifying.
I would hate to be on the other end of it.
Hey, hurry up. I don't know where I'm going.
The wrong way.
Rylal's like walking down the mountainside on the other side of Hollander's Way.
I don't know where I am. Please help.
Well, why did you walk off
This is
without
like
us?
the far end of Hollander's Way. Okay. Are we wanting to progress?
Yeah.
Forward.
Yep. All right. Fun.
Oh, shit.
Is there is there any conversation to be had amongst the immediate party as you guys head out on that day down the rest of the mountain before the area where the Twilight Citadel is before you? Anything that you guys want to talk about before we continue? This
Yeah.
might be your last time for friendly downtime talk for a little bit.
I would have swiped as many local maps from Armaridian as I could have to
you would have been able to have come across one more akin to what Cedric had, like a true map of the area.
Yeah.
It's not that it's quite updated or anything, it's just not touristy like Dawnkeeper's. So I would say you have a very Legend Keeper updated version of the map. Not with all the inflation bullshit that was on Dawnkeeper's. But was there anything specific that you were looking for? When it comes to this area you're going to, it's not on his map or yours.
Yeah, I was actually looking for...
The Twilight Citadel is literally only something that she really knows of.
Yeah.
Or the Zealous Order, Elkarth, and he's not with you now, so...
Not so much even either one of those two places, just trying to avoid other ancient shit that we tend to run into.
So you're actively like trying to choose a path that won't.
It has several times happened.
There is literally nothing of the what you're thinking of in this area because nothing is labeled on either map.
Oh, well, then
Not
we're fine.
yours or anything. Like, this is an area that literally doesn't seem... It's on the shadow of the back half of the mountain of the Fortin Hills. It was literally the perfect place for the Zealous Order to hide because it's in between the Cesric Gore and Duskendale.
Uninhabited.
It did seem that way. So, but this is you guys have about 4 to 5 hours before you reach the bottom of the mountain and head into this area. So if there's anything you'd like to talk about before you get there?
Question, is the coin in the axe?
Yes. Throughout the downtime, yes. That does allow you to commune more easily with, if you were to send letters and things. There's some other properties, too, that we'll talk about next time. But it does kind of give you that instant connection. Like, you're always feeling as though there's another presence there within the axe. Which is interesting.
Is that beyond the World Soul Tree's influence in the axe?
Yes. It doesn't have anything to do with the Soul Tree.
So this is a secondary presence. Okay.
Which makes sense in its own right. So, but Dawnkeeper managed to not break your axe.
I would have broke him if he did.
So,
Rebecca
and then all your upgrades are good, Mr. Dawnkeeper.
Yep.
Yeah. But this is things are about to get interesting. So if there's any conversation you guys would like to have in your downtime travel before you move in, especially toward like plans and things going forward, the Elate Seal, everything you've learned, it's a good time. And if not, we can just jump right into what you see on the other side.
I would just let everyone know about the new information I just got. So when I left the Umbral prison,
That information about the 8?
yeah,
Yeah.
I would tell them that I had been communing with someone there that I've spoken of before. And that someone was one of the Vale Knights, the 8th one. What was her name?
Quinara.
Quinara.
It's not that she's the 8th knight, it's just on the power scale. She's on the lower end. Yeah.
But I was speaking with Quinara in the prison, and she was the only one that I really remember in there. But as I was leaving, I noticed the other 6 plus her also leaving with me. They were in the prison with me.
You mean she was there?
Yes, and the other knights
Is there-
without Ithrin.
She was in a prison,
Yes,
But
So
and then they were freed.
you mean to tell me
yes.
that is my ancestor.
that... What?
That's my ancestor, according to that ledger.
Oh, yeah. Because of Void Wraith. But, so they literally... As me and Alex stood there
And Cedric
with Cedric,
and Brooke.
they walked right by us.
Yes. Though I could tell in that moment I had no idea who they were. They just, when Nara specifically was speaking to me,
Yeah.
I remember vaguely their shadowed messages, and they were not what they looked. They were not what they appeared to be. They fooled the wardens. They fooled Rook. They fooled the rest of us as they left.
Yeah. I remember you.
Do you want to roll an insight check for me?
Yeah. Oh God, who lied to me? Fuck. Who the fuck lied to me?
I vaguely remember you mentioning you asked Rook about someone speaking to you on the inside because you thought it was him.
Can you beat an 18?
I rolled a 1.
Ah,
Okay, then you can't.
fuck balls.
So,
Well,
never mind.
I can re-roll it.
Do you
I
want to try?
Can.
If you think you can beat an 18, go right ahead.
I have the ability to,
It's
yes.
up to you.
I
But
can
will the
use.
dice let
This is like a memory insight check.
I
by
can
the
use
way.
my Celestial Chosen ability.
It's up to you.
checking your own shit. That makes sense.
Does it float? Does it sink? What's that mean?
9.
Oof.
9.
And 9.
17. Oh, yeah, I can beat it. I'm going to use my ability. Yep, it's a 19.
Okay.
You're starting to think back interactions with Rook in that moment when you walked out, when you had no memories, and the way that he looked at the other prisoners, quote unquote, as they walked by,
They went into
and the
such a
recognition in his eyes. You're starting to take Armaridian's words into effect. Do not trust anyone. And you're curious. You don't know, but you're just remembering that he seemed very jovial in that moment. That's something to take in account. Vrook is one of the strongest beings in existence. Not beings. He's one that's tussled with 2 god beasts. He's of your lineage. He came from the Ark, and he's beaten in combat Pelt Claw and Night River. So take that into account.
And he's also literally uniting.
He's leading this rebellion.
Yeah.
So just remember that. Just as something
So-
of note.
Is it?
It was one of
Xyrra
those things
hasn't
like,
trusted him anyway, so.
yeah,
Is
I
it-
mean, I wouldn't trust anyone within my campaigns until you really know.
Is it?
Um,
Is Rook part of Ithrin's plan to manipulate us? Or is it literally sometimes you can just see a person and it's easy to tell what path they would walk? Rook would always take the opportunity, if you talk to him for 5 minutes, to try to find a way to elevate his people. It wouldn't be very hard. But they were allowed into Cedric Gore, and we camped on the outside. It was the first time I'd ever seen anything quite like the nasty little creature that tried to attack us after dinner.
He did make a point when I had a discussion with him that he wanted to free his people. If you're desperate enough.
By any means, huh?
At one point in time, I would have walked that same path.
Yeah.
He did tell me that Galewing was captured. He has his people in places to keep him informed. But that doesn't mean he is our ally.
Well, that means
He sees us as friendly people, but that doesn't mean he has our best interests in mind. Only his own.
and his peoples.
As someone who has spent quite a bit of time spying on others, people are not always what they seem. And it is best to approach everyone with a bit of caution until you know their true intentions.
I need to learn caution because if I suspected someone's going to do me wrong, I'd just cut their head off.
That's not always the best way.
You almost had your head cut off if you want to know the truth.
When I reached into your mind that first time.
It is quite startling.
I
The-
pulled
the
out
first time.
quickly.
I forced you out of my head.
I'm sorry.
Your pull-out game is not strong.
That was the worst phrasing I could
Poor
have
Kaylin. Just sitting back. My God, just another couple of fucking sacrifices. Oh God, what are they doing?
Yes, Jophiel? You seem to have words.
Not going to add to it. Just that Rylal's thinking. Rylal's thinking on how he approaches his suspicion of mistrusting people is rather effective, to be honest. It is probably the reason why the church has adopted the way they deal with crime. Someone commits crime, instead of giving them a second chance, you kill them on the spot.
That's what my people did.
Well, if he had followed through with that, I would not be with you, Jophiel.
They would
And I would be sad. I enjoy your company.
Aw.
they would chain people
Damn.
up, bleed them dry, then pull their body apart so they couldn't be resurrected.
Rather
It's
gruesome.
quite a spectacle.
The resurrecting bit I've never
They
heard.
wouldn't make it a spectacle. I mean, they would kill them on the streets, but they wouldn't pull appendages and body parts out. It doesn't, you know.
It was one day a week. It always happened.
Now
Criminals would be Tron quartered and
At least in Ophius, it's usually made to be a very quick endeavor.
oh no. They were bleeding until the day of execution
Yeah, but
and being re-healed.
we didn't take every offense as a personal one. Like, offense to the community was not a personal offense.
Oh, you did something. It was against the god beasts, and how dare you? Or against the matron, and how dare you?
Your matron sounds like a real bitch.
I wish her head to be in my hands. She is a real bitch.
I'm still quite confused as to how your poor people wound up in that situation.
Those are questions for my parents.
Yeah.
Because I feel like Sable's personality does not match the savagery of my people. So either that comes from my mother, or they've been tainted, misled. Maybe one day I can free them. Hopefully not in the manner that Rook is possibly taking. We'll see.
Well, I mean, I guess the real question is now, how do we treat? Are we always going to be incredibly standoffish with every new person that walks through our camp?
Just because you do not trust someone doesn't mean that you have to outwardly show it.
I'll have to work on that.
I'm not.
Or
very
maybe I
good
shouldn't. Maybe I
with that
shouldn't have been
either.
interact with new people.
I'm just saying that we could lose many potential allies by
We
doing it your way, Rylal. But
Well, that's why we haven't done it my way. That's why I've stayed my hand.
well, go ahead.
To be fair, I did not always trust you, Everett, or Alex, Dawnkeeper, or even you, Jophiel, for a short time. But I learned that you are sincere in your motives and learned to trust you rather quickly. But I also rely deeply on my intuition, and it has never led me wrong.
There must be a social aspect to this. I would explain why we're not very good at it.
That one
explain
took
why I'm
quite a
not very
while
good
as
at it.
well.
What was that, sir? Dawnkeeper?
It would explain why I'm not very good at it. I'm not very sociable.
Mr. Alex Dawnkeeper, as you guys have been speaking throughout the couple days heading toward this unexplored land on your maps, Dawnkeeper, roll for me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Son of a bitch.
Yikes. What happened?
18.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thank you. This was just in accordance to your curse mark, and you're fine.
okay.
You're fine. I was just curious.
Also, I guess I would lead the way.
You want to be
Yeah, since I got
scouting and the like?
since I got these cool new eyes, might as well
Okay.
put them to use.
So,
I probably wouldn't be very far behind you.
as you guys are
I'll take the back.
kind of maneuvering through Hollander's Way in a very roundabout way, going up through Armaridian's tower and then back down, you begin to head in toward the forest that you saw before where the two bridges were destroyed, but it's much different now. The scenery before you begins to change very dramatically. The once clear skies grow darker, painted in hues of deep blue, purple, and black. The air becomes thick with the stench of magic, and the stench of those that you found akin to the veil touched within this terrain that you're approaching. The sky, as you look up, who's leading the charge?
I guess it'd be me.
Everett, you're kind of looking up, and then Jophiel, this is very much you pointing these things out because you're much more attuned to these scents and seeings, but Everett's kind of like seeing it and bringing it back to you guys. The sky is a swirling maelstrom with streaks of gold and silver lighting illuminating the darkness. Day and night doesn't really seem to have meaning here. As you continue on, the occasional star, as you look up in the night sky, is literally dripping down, leaving trails of golden light as if they're falling to the earth, corrupting the land before you as you progress. The ground beneath your feet is a mixture of black sludge and twisted glowing vegetation. The further that you progress forward, the grass is sickly and kind of a shade of purple. The trees are twisted and gnarled, the branches resembling a mess of vines with these kind of black roses that bloom in clusters. As you near kind of the exit of Hollander's Way and the entrance to this new area, you begin to see these ancient statues that are rising from the earth as if they've literally clawed their way to the surface. These statues once buried are now emerging, right? As sentinels trying to fight back whatever this is. But their hands are kind of raised upwards and cupped, and they're trying to catch this starfall that's coming from the sky, trying to corral it. And their faces are serene but haunting in the same light. Their eyes are glowing with that golden light of the starfall itself. It's very akin to Everett's eyes, actually.
So it's veil-like.
It's very veil-like. There's an archway before you that lay ahead. Two statues are on their knees reaching out toward one another. Like two on their knees, like reaching out to the left and the right, trying to touch fingies. Their arms and hands are covered in thick black barbed vines. Their visages kind of flash in your minds here, specifically toward Jophiel. You see on the left your father's visage. You see on the right your mother's visage. And they are reaching out kind of in this crossway here, this arch, in unity. But they're corrupted. And it's as if the land is trying to corrupt them to be forgotten in some way. But beyond the arch, dominating the distant horizon, is the immense form of Night River, who has been perched upon the twilight sanctum. The once great god beast's colossal body lies torn open. From neck to tail, a beam of intense pulsating energy is erupting from within its chest, shooting straight up into the heavens From this beam, whatever has corrupted this place before you pours forth, seeping into the land, transforming it into what has become before you. I'm sorry, Everett's like reaction is priceless. But like as you move forward, you can see that things here are not what they were supposed to be. And it seems as something has done battle with Night River and placed him on top of the Twilight Sanctum, defeating him. And whatever was within him is now accompanying that of which befalls this land.
Jesus Christ.
This is not what you expected. The land before you seems foreign and destructive. Veil touched. Something has happened since the Zealous Order has left this place. What would you guys like to do as you stand before the arch, seeing all this before you?
Is Night River dead?
You don't know. You don't know. But to those that have seen him, I would say that Jophiel, with your connection to the God Beast, you don't sense that one of them has been destroyed or has perished. But if Night River is alive, he is probably in a state of great agony. He's literally been pierced through your former home and wrapped around it. And whatever is within him is like propagating this magic that is befalling the land.
Would I have any sense of that as well, since I have a connection?
It's more so... I tell you what. Roll for me. Roll for me. Oh, goodness. Survival, please.
19.
It's more so your lineage than anything. This place seems familiar, which is interesting. The more that you've learned about these surface dwellers and of the veil touched and the like, it's interesting to see a place that is so akin to your homeland, but to be what the surface dwellers have feared in some way, what Ithrin has tried to bring about. It's confusing, but also informative. But you guys stand at this archway.
Can you help him, Jophiel?
It's like not hundreds. It is literally, well, actually, if you want to be technical, Night River is so vast. Like, what you're looking at is probably a day or two's travel ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's way away. Night River is so big.
Yeah.
He's literally the biggest serpent
Yeah.
like in
Yeah.
existence.
It's the world serpent.
Like he's massive. You can see her former home is so big in the distance. It's just the visage that you see is just so daunting. I think if you guys were to look at Legend Keeper, and click on the
Atoius ad Valum.
Introitus ad Velum,
Introitus,
yes, in the banner,
Yeah.
you can kind of get a really good idea on the banner art of what you're looking at. It's actually kind of perfect for a lot of reasons. And there's even like the description that I actually put this here earlier in the week to see if anyone would see it. Good for you, Shawn. Good for you. But yeah, if you can if any of you guys pull it up, you can.
Yeah.
That's kind of what you see. Though in the distance, that tower, there is a night river that has been plunged into it and wrapped around it. So very much you're watching as the stars drip this golden hue energy. All of the trees have been turned black, and there's this kind of purple fungus that is growing everywhere.
Do I recognize the fauna here?
It is very much akin to the Endless Staircase, which is interesting.
Is it akin to it, or is it actually far
It's
enough from the
It's not the
staircase?
same, but it's similar.
Rylal would actually start going and like looking at the various plants
Right.
and stuff that have popped up.
What about the rest of you? Like he heads toward the archway. What about the rest of you?
How
Jophiel, I will follow
deep-
your lead.
Go ahead, Dawnkeeper.
how deep does our feet go into like
The
this?
sludge and the muck.
Yeah.
I mean, it slows down travel, but you don't sink within it unless you stay there for several moments.
Muck shoes.
Yeah, we
Hey,
got
you want to
muck
use your muck
shoes.
shoes?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So
muck
travel is actually very. It's a lot quicker. Good for you. All right, you fuckers. I love that. Very cool.
Thanks, Alex.
Well, what was the name of this place?
Brilliant.
Introitus ad velum.
Yeah.
It's
Introit-
right next to the coin claws.
Introitus ad velum. It is Latin.
Okay.
But yeah, that is the specific. It's the entrance to the Veil Fall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you looking for it? It's right. It's on the bottom of the Fortin Hills. It's
Yeah, I got it.
It's next to the coin claws.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put all this earlier in Legend Keeper earlier in the week. So you guys could have actually like seen what was to come if you would have looked for it, but I didn't say anything. But yeah, so
that's
Everett,
terrifying.
metagaming.
good for you guys for not. Thanks. I appreciate it.
I try not to look at new things that you.
Oh,
have,
I understand.
you know.
Only when you say, "Hey, look at this." Okay.
Yeah.
But Everett,
Yeah.
and Dawnkeeper, like what do you guys heading off?
I mean.
Yeah, we'll head up.
Yeah,
to,
we're good. We're gonna have to go help him.
I mean, he is, like I said, probably a day or two travels away. Like, that's how big he is.
Yeah. If he's leaving
But
a
you
while,
guys are
by the time we
entering
get
an
there.
area that you just, like, just
Oh yeah, this is
the
horrible.
smell.
This is
It's
hell.
like that of the Allayed Seal, the Battle of the Allayed Seal, the smell of the Veil Touched. Like, you can see that Night River's body is emanating this power that seems to be fueling this area. But he is not in a state of alertness. He seems to have been beaten and put there.
Jophiel, what all was Night River in control of?
The prison,
The-
the Umbraliscent prison being the big
Yeah.
thing.
He also could pass through different parts of the world in a way that no other creature or existing being could. Describing the way he would literally disappear and reappear in a 2D
Yeah.
manner,
Night-
literally.
Night
He
River
was
could
so-
turn the world two-dimensional, like a storybook. He could manipulate not time, but literal like
Space, essentially.
space in itself in that moment. And the fact that he has been prostrated and
and-
caught is terrifying.
They
He's
call
one of the
him Rhino.
strongest.
You've seen him, Jophiel. He was here not that long ago. Like, he was okay.
Yeah.
So this is like, because the fact that you were so akin to Night River and you fought alongside him, literally rode him into battle at certain points, I would say that Jophiel, you were like mystified to seeing him in such a prostrated way. Like, this is not good.
She is kind of absorbing all the obvious information
Right.
and scenery,
Yeah.
and she's kind of making a very brave face of it all. And she won't say much except it appears Ithrin has made another move directed towards me.
Oh, it's a very clear message towards you.
Let's see if Night River is still holding on somewhere in this area, because I feel he is still.
Of the living?
Yes, I don't feel he has crossed into the ethereal plane permanently.
I guess at that I would. I don't. Yeah, I
You
don't really
actually
know
do.
how
You
to.
go ahead, but you do see something approaching. You specifically.
Yeah. So.
But what were you going at first?
Well, I was gonna look for illusions, but
Yeah, so
I
you do
found
see
the
an
thing.
illusion coming in the form of a very shadowy figure that begins to kind of coalesce into existence before you. But you do see it first,
Yeah,
Everett.
I'd give everybody a heads up.
Also,
So he kind of warns you guys like something is approaching toward the archway. Go ahead.
also, when we got into this area in general, right before we probably saw him, I would have booped Dawnkeeper with my ability for him to have advantage on his next initiative.
Nice.
Oh, okay.
So, excuse me. A hooded figure begins to kind of like flow in the air toward you. It's draped in flowing, tattered robes that seem to merge with the shadows around them. Their forms are very much ethereal and indistinct, often appearing as dark silhouettes against the eerie glow of this area. Beneath their hoods, their faces are obscured by darkness, save for the piercing golden eyes that emit a very steady and haunting light. When they kind of lower their heads at times, you watch as golden energy cascades from their eyes, mouths, and nose, in kind of a form of celestial tears that begin to kind of corrupt the ground. But this figure kind of coalesces in front of you. Like I said, Everett, you saw it coming. But it kind of swirls up to you, Jophiel, specifically. And it prostrates itself before you, going down to its knees. And you recognize it. In this moment, a piece of your memory unlocks. You recognize her as Matrina, one of your house servants of the Twilight Citadel. She bows before you.
Matrina. Why is everything corrupted?
She replies, "This was done by 7 of 8, when the zealous order retreated from this land. Summoned was the god beast of Ascent to do battle against the 7. Brother of Twilight rode the serpent, but lessened strength against the 7 was 2. Defeated, brother is touched by the veil. God beast's heart weakens. Alcanon is still banished. Seal prevents return." And Matrina kind of pushes forward a lantern toward you, Jophiel. Carry it.
Take the lantern? What is it?
As she pushes it toward you and you take it, her form instantly begins to dissolve as she screeches in pain and then bursts into shadows. So it's actually in Legend Keeper.
Useful.
Yeah, I saw it.
It is the Twilight Torch.
Oh.
The Twilight Torch is an ancient lantern that is capable of housing the light of the twilight to keep the effects of the Veilfall at bay. It is made of a long-forgotten metal, adorned with elder runes of the sovereign pillars. Its light is a mixture of soft blue and purple hues with the occasional gold flicker. So what this does is allow you to traverse the Veilfall within kind of a 30-foot radius of your allies, though if they go further than that, then they will immediately befall the effects of the Veilfall. You now have a lantern that allows you to traverse this area. Though, if anyone gets too far away from you, bad things happen. If you don't recharge it, bad things happen.
How does it recharge?
So the way that it recharges is actually by giving it, like opening it to the starfall itself to allow it to recharge. You literally, as you walk, you watch as the stars above are bleeding kind of a golden hue onto the ground. Opening it up to that will recharge it. It's all in Legend Keeper for you,
Yeah.
so you do need to pull it up.
I can
It is very importante. So the Twilight Torch can only be used for about 8 hours before it needs to be recharged. It can be recharged by exposing it to the starlight that is dripping from the Veilfall for 1 hour to recharge it fully. Or by a ritual performed by a knowledgeable caster. So there's some of those within the party, which consumes a 3rd level spell slot. So you can literally consume a 3rd level spell slot to recharge it instantly. You do have to attune to it, to use it, to traverse the Veilfall. And that's just not her. You can choose someone else within the party if you wish. And then there's some uses of the Twilight Torch, which is activating movement and positioning, maintenance. This is your way to maneuver through this area without being affected by the Veilfall itself. So, but yeah, your former servant of your house gave this to you, Jophiel. But it does seem that one of the 8 have been here. It does seem that Night River did battle along with your brother and failed.
My brother is corrupted now, and
That's
Night
what she
River
hinted at.
Night River's heart has been,
It's weakening.
yeah. Okay.
I would say that at this point, Night River, in your mind, in your soul, and your feeling toward him does seem very much still alive, but weak.
Yeah.
But yeah, the veil has taken its place here. This is what it would be like if Armaridian's invention, if it was tailored toward the veil. This is giving you an idea of what it would be like if he was to use it worldwide. And you guys are now seeing this landscape for the first time.
Is this affecting Everett in any way?
No, not actually. Everett, I would say you're the only one here that can actually traverse this landscape without any ill effects at all.
Goody. Yeah, well,
You're not even Jophiel being half god beast herself. Yeah, it's spooky. It's spooky, guys. This is a spooky landscape. And if you would like to press on,
No.
no, you want to retreat?
No. I need to spend an hour tuning to it first. We can't go without me attuning.
Right, we can progress past that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We're attuned. Okay. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to sit here and talk within the hour, you can. But if you want to move further, then you can also. It's up to you.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm attuned. I don't want my allies to fall the
You're-
twilight.
Yeah, no, it is assumed that you attune.
Okay. I just want to make
Yeah.
sure.
In the hour that we will fast forward,
Yeah.
yeah, in that hour, I take all the rope.
it's really just a
You take
cool
all the
moment
what?
to where Jophiel like lifts the lantern and begins to head forward. That's all that
Yes.
happens.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, it's very much a story moment where we skip the fact that you have to attune for it for an hour. And to be
Okay.
honest, it's a short rest actually in my games to attune to an item. So it can
okay.
take 10 to 30 minutes. So it's even quicker.
perfect. Just enough time to tie fucking a 10
I'll
foot
rope to everybody.
length with
20-foot length.
To who?
To everyone.
Everybody.
So
Oh.
like 20,
So that we stay within
20
radius.
to you,
Yes.
to you two, and then 20, 20, 20.
So we're on a big line?
No,
I
you're
mean,
the center.
You can go wherever you want.
Okay. So we're all
We're
like
tethered to you.
spidered.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
But within 20 feet because your aura is 30
Yeah.
to keep
Yes.
them safe.
Yeah. So that
Other
would
than the fact that
force
Everett
everyone
realizes
in.
that he can walk through here with no issue.
I'm keeping that to myself.
Understood.
Understand.
I don't want.
So you guys are now all tethered together.
Mm-hmm.
Jophiel, you have the lantern out.
Yep.
And as the starfall kind of falls, as it hits the light, it disintegrates. I mean, but you're realizing that all the flowers, the trees, everything that's being hit by the starfall is changing. And quickly.
I feel as though we should get through this as fast as
Quickly
we
as possible.
possibly can.
Hey, Everett.
Yeah.
As fast as we can without making mistakes.
Correct.
Since you were so interested in my homeland, welcome to it.
It is very similar, but it's such an apocalyptic version of it. Like, to the max of just desecration and sadness and just magic that is so oppressive and dark things here seem amplified to an extent that even you were like, why would someone do this?
It's usually a little more beautiful than this.
Yeah, usually the endless staircase is very much more beautiful than this. I would say that the landscape is very, in my mind, like as I've envisioned it, is very beautiful, but at the same time, terrible. Terrible.
Does the axe react to being in this area at all?
Not in this specific area, no. No. Maybe for good reason. But do we want to progress beyond the archway?
Yeah. Let's go.
Yes.
So we're moving from Ad Vellum to the forest. So before you, as you move forward, what was once a forest is now a vast plain of broken statues, a haunting visage of hundreds of ancient ones depicted in a very sorrowful state. Their eyes and mouths are leaking the golden starfall as you traverse what was, as I said, once a forest. It's so silent here that the air is frigid cold like the twin months of deep winter. There are narrow paths within, each with creeping foliage that seems to loom overhead, as if watching your every step.
I do not like this place.
Just kind of grin.
If we're going to traverse this place, I need some survival checks from who is leading the party. Jophiel, you have a lantern, so you have to roll one. But Everett, you were kind of in front, you said. I will give you advantage on this if Rylal would like to help you, because he's also kind of proficient in this.
Yeah, so I guess if she'd be front, I guess we'd take either side.
Okay.
I would think that she's in the center, and
She's in the center.
me and you are up in the front, like walking
We
next to
could
each
do it
other.
like that, too.
out.
And the rest of you kind of behind. Okay, give me those survival checks.
20.
20.
Okay. Oh, hell yeah. That's both good.
That-
23.
That's
Two.
2 passes. Okay. For fun, either Everett or Jophiel roll for me a die for whoever you want.
Everett, I've been rolling die fours.
Yeah. 3.
Because of your high survival rolls, as you're navigating through this stone forest, there are multiple times where pieces of the stone begin to fall off. And if you were close enough, they would have literally plastered your allies to the floor. Like, they would have crushed you. But you did a very good job. That's 1 pass. Good for you.
Okay.
Give me another set of survival rolls, play. Please. Jesus Christ. Give me another survival roll, play. Son of a bitch. Goddamn.
Okay, cool. We're ready.
Advantage, of course, because Rylal's helping you.
Yeah.
Mrs. Jophiel?
Oh, God. It's a 16.
16 and...
23.
Okay, give me another die 4. Whoever wants to. If you roll a 3, re-roll.
4.
Okay. So as you're progressing through, there are these hooded torchbearers similar to that of your house. They are beckoning you, Jophiel, to come and speak to them along this stoned forest. Because of your rolls, good for you, you seek the wiseness of not to going off the beaten path.
Yep.
And you continue on, ignoring them.
Ooh, can I see them for what they really are?
Veil-touched torchbearers, akin to the one that came to you first. That one seemed very honest of soul and heart. But the rest of these, you can smell it. That stank of the veil touch, that sulfuric nastiness, fungus, and void and decay. These are trying to lure you off the beaten path so that they can get their grimy little fingers all upon you. But I need one more set of survival checks from you guys. You're halfway there. You're actually 3/4 of the way there.
Oh, I've got inspiration.
Okay. Oh my god.
What'd you roll?
I rolled.
Oh God! All right, Jophiel.
I've been hanging on to
It's
this.
18.
for a
18's better than
fucking
last time?
hot
Good
minute.
reason to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's still not great. 10.
You guys, 10?
Yeah. Yeah.
Bro,
I did.
Them snake eyes. I was
Three
like, really?
fucking row. Like,
Before I
was
continue, is there
bound to
anyone with
roll
an
some
inspiration within the party that would like to give it to
Yeah.
him before I
Yeah, I'll
talk?
do it one more time.
All
I'll
right,
keep
go
in
ahead.
mind.
shit. Dudes. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
It was worse.
It was worse?
Yeah. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was.
Well,
It was a
Well.
do
7.
you want another inspiration?
I'll allow it if you guys are willing. Sorry that I clipped,
Can
by the way.
anybody else roll this fucking dice?
Third time's
Do you
the
want
charm.
someone else to?
I just need a different dice. Is
Oh.
probably
Oh.
what it is.
Well,
Here, use my special one.
I was gonna say use one of their special
Yeah,
ones.
no,
you can
this-
use one of
makes
mine
sense.
that always rolls die 20s.
Yeah, no, this
Or
one.
that rolls nat 20s.
This one says fuck if it's a 1, and that's
Oh,
what it'll
that's
be.
cool.
So,
If you roll a fuck,
yeah, no, because it's gonna.
I'm gonna
it's
set up
roll
the
yeet.
most dastardly encounter for next session for you.
It's gonna be good.
It'll be fine.
It is fine. It's another 23.
So
It
18 and 23.
Took a while to get there.
Okay.
But we
Only
got
3
there.
inspirations down.
I need another die 4. Pretty please.
You're up.
So 3 and 4 is so 4 is gone. And it was we'll roll. I'll figure it out.
It's 3 and 4.
3 and 4, right?
Yeah. Statue
Two.
is in there.
Yeah. You're right.
Fortress.
2.
2 is after I rolled 4 twice.
Nice. So
Hate probability.
as you traverse through, you realize that a lot of the flora is cut. Excuse me, reaching out toward you,
Lovely.
literally trying to like exude this kind of poisonous aura and scent to kind of drag you in, try and take you. But you, with your lantern, keep pushing forward, gathering your allies and continuing forward. Very good. Appreciate it. Well, you guys actually passed 2 really big random encounters, so good for you. A lot of inspiration used, but I'll take it.
Yeah,
It might be worth it, actually.
I think.
It may be because you guys could have led into a very big encounter into another.
Yeah.
So that's the spooky part. With that in mind, then, I feel like I need better music for this.
Oh God. As long as
No,
it's not the
it's
music
fine.
box.
It's. I mean,
No, I only play the music box whenever it's like a big deal.
It's literally when you want.
Yes,
you'll be like,
Jophiel?
I have to use the bathroom.
You want to use the bathroom before we get to the back end here?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
technically we got like 10 minutes before midnight. And it's not like Ian's here because he has to run at midnight, so we can play some more.
You good, Shawn?
yeah.
Oh, well, in that case, let's take a quick break and then we'll come back and have some fun.
Wait, we're already having fun?
I've been having a
that
great
fun?
time.
That was fun. That was incredibly stressful.
I love it.
Fucking exploded.
The fact that you rolled snake eyes is.
Hold on, let me
I
connect.
saw that and I was like,
I
Oh,
saw
up,
it.
there we go.
Gut dropped.
I've been yawning since I've been home.
I know. I'm sorry.
This did help though.
There we go. Okay. All right. Welcome to the very back half of the session.
Oh, sorry. Couldn't hold my bladder anymore.
No, it's
Try
okay.
to.
It's okay. You guys actually made some really good survival checks to subvert some very interesting encounters. So,
time for the big one. Ba, ba, ba.
Going in without inspiration. All right.
Well, he still has one.
Yep.
Alex Dawnkeeper still has one.
to be
Yeah, I
fair,
had to.
like to be really, really fair, if Jophiel would have stayed at that fumbling state, like it would have been quite the big encounter before a potential really big encounter.
Fumbling state.
So, you would have kept the 10. You rolled a 10.
That was him.
That was me.
Oh,
Everett rolled
Yeah,
the
yeah,
10.
yeah.
oh, it was just him?
Yeah.
Yeah,
you
no.
roll?
I literally could
I
not get the roll.
don't remember.
So you were
what
the
I-
10, that's right.
I rolled
no,
above
but you were the
a
18.
16 and an 18. Yeah,
You were
but
the
I rolled
18
less
and
than
the
that
16.
earlier. I did roll a 10. Now that I think I did roll a 10, then I re-rolled it. with my
Right.
celestial chosen.
That's
That's right. Yeah.
Hey,
yeah.
see, there was still a 10 that was re-rolled.
But I didn't
Anyway.
say anything about it. I was just like, I'm just
It's
gonna.
better than 2 snake eyes.
If
That was. I don't think I've ever
if
done
the
that.
10 wouldn't have went up, if your 16
Saw
or
that, I was like,
12 or whatever the fuck it was wouldn't have went up, it would have been really bad.
But it wasn't.
It wasn't.
It was great.
Not yet.
We're all fine. Everything's fine.
Everything's
A-okay.
great.
All our spells.
Everything's
Yeah,
burning
totally.
on fire, and you're just sitting there drinking your coffee. Everything's fine.
Yep. Dandy.
That's my life
This
at
is how I
work.
wanted it.
As you guys are progressing through this area that we will title the Veilfall, like this landscape, you're doing a really good job with the lantern, not falling into different traps or, attracting unwanted individuals, we'll say. But as you head on into about halfway to the sanctum, we'll call it, ahead of you with a night river, you do come to an area that is quite interesting, we'll call it. Okay. Let's see. So who is leading currently?
Them, I think.
Two of them.
Yep. me and
Everett and
Rylal.
Rylal.
Everett and Rylal being in the kind of front. So Jophiel, I would assume, is kind of in the middle or the back. You guys are at the end of that kind of 30-foot radius. As you move forward, you begin to hear kind of cackling, laughter, childlike. You begin to see hundreds of individuals before you as you kind of skulk to the shadows and you're looking onward, trying to see what's going on. You see a small, childlike individual swirling in kind of dark mist and shadows. Half of her body is marred with shadowy scars, scar tissue. There is very much a stark contrast between, like, half of her body and the other. She has very youthful skin on one side, but like I said, the rest of it is almost decomposed. Her eyes are a deep crimson red, and they glow with this kind of malevolent dark energy, hinting at chaos. Her smile is unnerving. It's sinister. She wields these short little jagged shadowy blades that she kind of skips around with. You see hundreds of individuals in the rags of the umbrelescent prison, Jophiel. Those like you. It seems that those that were within Night River have been taken out. This girl is kind of running around the outside, and you watch as any of them that cannot withstand the starfall that try to run away from it, to try to stop whatever's going on. She kind of goes to them, and relentlessly, she'll like run up to one, cut an Achilles, laugh, come up, stab, stab, stab. Just laugh over them as she ends them. Anyone that tries to run out from this area falls under the same fate of her or another. There are countless veil-touched in the garb of the Eladar Conclave. And you hear a familiar voice. Just submit. It will be very quick. It will not hurt. Everett, you hear Lorian in the distance, and you see him trying to stop individuals from running out of the perimeter to fall victim to this young, childlike individual. His eyes are crimson red. The veins across his forehead and arms are thick and black. The smell of veil touched is in the air. You guys have entered a place where now you have to tell me what you would like to do. It's an open area where it seems that, Jophiel, as you look, Quinara one of the 8 here is turning countless of the Umbral Ascent prisoners veil-touched. Lorien is here, working alongside her, but he's begging them to just submit. There's still that air of Lorien that you knew, Everett. That honor and, serenity. Would you guys like to try and subvert this area? Or would you like to
Xyrra
do
would
something
recommend
else?
it.
I will allow you guys to talk amongst each other.
There are hundreds there. I do not think it wise for us to attempt such a battle.
Yes.
To be fair, there's probably
Tactic.
there's Lorien and Quinara. There's probably half a dozen other actual veil touched of the Eldar there. The rest of them are those prisoners that are slowly succumbing to the veil fall. But this Quinara, you know her as one of the Knights of the Veil. The lowest rung, but still very strong.
Yeah, I mean, tactically, you were quite right. We were at a disadvantage.
Yeah.
That does not stop the other half of me from wanting to put a stop to this.
I understand.
Ultimately, the stop probably comes from whatever's happened to Night River.
Yeah, okay, so
What? Why are
stop.
you hesitant?
So, what? Do which one?
Why are you hesitant to go around this?
Oh, I'm not. I just.
There's some hesitancy there.
You're right. There is.
I want the entirety of the party to go ahead and roll for me a stealth check, please.
Fuck yeah.
It's just such an open area that it's hard not to. So, and this is going to go off of average.
I roll disadvantage.
Where is my character?
Hey, at least there's not two disadvantages here. Cedric's not here.
Yeah.
That's good, right?
I got rid of the potbelly armor.
23.
23. Dawnkeeper?
18.
Nice. Jophiel?
6.
Everett?
Okay, cool. That's not gonna be much better than you feel.
Your stealth.
Ten-
Your dex is
10.
better than mine. See, that's
Rylal,
17.
good.
continue your talking, please.
Okay.
You're right. I am hesitant because I'm watching someone that I grew up with doing things that he would have ended others for. Things he doesn't believe in.
Gotcha.
You know that,
I think
man.
we should move
I know
along
that,
and
man.
discuss this away from this group.
Well, let's go before I do something stupid.
Yes.
Jophiel, are you okay with us moving on?
Yes.
Dawnkeeper.
Oh, yeah, we're going.
He's like, nah, fuck that.
As you begin to try and maneuver around this area titled Domina Octo.
Yep, that's what I thought it was.
Yeah, not a lot there, is there? Literally, like, not at
Not even
all.
a full sentence.
Everything
yeah.
else is secrets
Yeah.
for me.
Yeah.
As you begin to maneuver around. Who was the 6th there? Jophiel?
Jophiel.
Yeah.
The lantern begins to sporadically light, flare up, dim, flare up.
That means it's dying. I need to put in a 3rd level spell slot into it.
Who is number 10 there?
That's me.
Jophiel, would you like to? Or do you wait?
Is there a star drop nearby? Or no? That will depend on what I do.
It's very easy to get within range of the starfall. The downside to that is that you turn off the light to gather starfall and subject the rest of your party.
No, then I'm spending a spell
to it.
slot.
Okay. So take a 3rd level spell slot.
Yep.
But,
It's gone.
Everett, you're walking as you guys are subverting around the kind of crag rock outcropping. Everett, you're playing it close. You're sticking to the outside. You see Lorien, friend, kin. Not kin, but ally. You're walking closer to this area than you should. Lorien turns at one point and you lock eyes in the distance. His head kind of drops. And he turns and you can't hear what he says. It's wordless toward the small figure.
Fuck.
All of the veil touched in unison turn in your direction. Each of them seeing your location.
How far? I know we was cutting it close. How far around?
In this kind of open area,
Yeah.
you guys are, the best way to describe it, you're within a turn of each other. 60 to 80, 90 feet. The little girl-like visage begins to kind of skip Tulu, kind of in the direction,
Time to go, guys.
and kind of
Cut the ropes.
smiles.
Oh, you don't want to do that either. You get out of the light.
There is a conversation happening. At this point, I would need to know if anyone's listening to it, or if you guys are reacting instantaneously and running or doing things. To those that are like trying to listen,
I would be listening.
you're stuck in this area as it happens.
Yeah.
So do you guys stop and... You can do it as a party. Talk amongst each other. You want to stop and listen to what's happening, or do you want to run? It's up to you.
It's smarter to run.
I mean, the faster that we deal with Night River, the more likely
This problem will be solved.
most of it, anyways. We'll deal with Lorien. It'll at least even out the battlefield, tactically. I hope. I think. I don't know enough about these beasts.
What about Rylal? Mister, give me someone to kill.
Give me a child to kill? That's a little rough.
You don't look upon this creature as a child. You know better.
I did literally.
You can sense what it is. It's just a front.
You've probably seen kids kill in the staircase.
Yeah, you didn't care about that little frog thing.
Nope.
Or was it a fish?
It was a
Fish.
merfolk.
Merfolk.
Yeah. Frogs were doing.
That was a
murdering.
good creature, not just a murdering.
Rylal would think of this tactically because we are out in the open.
I think that everyone's thinking of this tack.
There are dozens, and we are
We're outnumbered. If,
5
Yeah, if we step out of this light, that is bad.
with somebody who is a Veil Knight, somebody that is friends with him. It would not be something I'd want to make a stand here.
Okay. So you guys like see
Yeah.
that you're caught and you begin to run?
As much as I would like to hear what they're saying, I
Yeah.
also think
That's fair.
that would be bad.
It would have been some cool sayings from me. It's not a high note, but as you begin to run toward Night River, toward the Twilight Sanctum, not Citadel, behind you, if you were to look, those at the end here, which would be more like Rylal, Xyrra, or Dawnkeeper. This small childlike visage begins to skip and begins to look toward you, as if she's about to head in your direction. But Lorien puts a hand out, and you watch as his form begins to ripple and change. It begins to grow in mass, contorted and different, giant-like. And it begins to bound toward you. And that's where we will have to end tonight's session, as Lorian, the Seal Keeper of the Elate Seal, has made contact and has chosen you as his enemies. And next session, we will have to roll initiative and fight against him in the race across the plains of the Veilfall toward the Twilight Sanctum.